You are ready to start?
Very nice to meet you, I'm Anna.
Anna,
Very nice to
Jim.
meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Anna. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Are we all set? Fantastic. Welcome to the final round of the 12th annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I now request that at this time, all observers please be silent and please silence all cell phones and other devices. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to please introduce yourself by stating your name, title, and affiliation. May I ask the lead judge to begin the introductions?
I'm Jim Davis. I'm a professor, executive director of executive education at Utah State University.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DLC.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Jim Keller, and I'm the owner and president of Green Mountain Business Consultants. Vermont is the Green Mountain State, but I live in Wyoming.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Mina Bloemer-Bex. I'm a professor in regional innovative capacity at the Hondsrud Institute of Life Sciences in the Netherlands.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from Buyout University. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop. With 5 minutes remaining, we will hold up the green 5 minutes remaining sign. With 1 minute remaining, we will hold up the yellow 1 minute remaining sign. At the end of the 20 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of time. You will then have 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Once again, we will signal the 5 and 1 minute remaining and stand at the end of the 10 minutes to indicate the end of time. You will have 30 seconds to finish your last sentence. After the question and answer period, there will be a short 5-minute intermission before the next presentation. Thank you. The team from Buyout University may now begin their presentation.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Firmenich right now is facing a challenge that it hasn't seen in its 125-year past. In the midst of a global pandemic, it's also in the middle of a buyout that might risk the company's longevity. Today, our team from Buyout University, Christina, Sophie, Kate, and myself, Anna, set out to prove that the company can survive this challenging time in accordance with our perspective that each company has its DNA. And we saw that Firmenich has survived 125 years of challenges, so we know that this will be a piece of cake to them. In order to achieve this, we set out to answer the question how to reassess the strategy and define the strategic goals of the company to be able to ensure short-term revenues without losing the long-term perspective. Our solution focuses, as the question does, on short-term and long-term. On the short term, we would like to manage the crisis with creating a scented hand sanitizer line. And on the long term, focus on the buyout because we see the value that DRT could provide to this company. Our strategy ensures that the business and the family will continue to thrive. It will bring down our buyout price, and it will create a successful adaptation to the COVID crisis. Here you can see the structure of today's presentation, starting with the analysis.
But before we can go further and establish our solution, we must understand what the industry and the company is facing. Right now, the global economy is undergoing a big transition due to the COVID pandemic. We all know that, which results in travel bans, supply chain disruptions. But we also know that at the first half of 2021, they already have vaccines. On the more positive side, in terms of monetary politics, we know that they decreased the interest rates in order to increase economic activity. And we also know that everyone was staying inside, so that there was a big change in shopping behaviors as well. And everyone paid increasing attention to their skin, to the surface care, and to home improvement. In terms of the company, when conducting the company analysis, we asked ourselves what was done right before. So the Firmenich family is the world's largest privately held manufacturer of fragrances with 40 family shareholders. They are a B2B company mainly, with customers such as Coca-Cola, L'Oréal, or Nestle. The most important values the company has are mutual success, passion, talent, and commitment, essence, long-term success, and independence. They have said themselves that our values and our purpose are like a compass. They are non-negotiable. So according to the owner value strategy by Harvard Business Review, we can say that the company is focusing both on growth and control at the same time. And as to where the company is now, we know that on the outside, the company is already in the buyout process of DRT because they have approached DRT with a docking strategy. On the inside, the company is helping out every stakeholder. However, this leads to further costs, and the company is not optimizing costs enough. So the main question of this case was how to reassess the strategy and redefine the strategic goals of the company to be able to ensure short-term revenues without losing the long-term perspective. We categorized this main question into shorter questions. On the short term, we asked ourselves, is it a good time to enter new markets, embrace current challenges, and accelerate new ways of engaging with customers? And on the long run, how to create long-term synergies. Should Firmenich complete the DRT acquisition immediately, or should it be later? And will the acquisition price be affected due to the COVID pandemic? And also, how can the potential integration of DRT be operationalized?
Now let's see what options the Firmenich family has. Based on the Chicago Boot M&A strategy class, we have created a decision tree to decide on the company's strategy. The first question we asked was what to do now. Focus on the DRT buyout or focus on cash and crisis management. As you can see, we chose the second one because in times of crisis, a family business has to concentrate on cash generation and both family harmony to keep every family member happy. It is even stated that it is in the company's DNA to be resilient, and they have survived every challenge that has come in their way. We also based our decision on their principle of business comes first, and I would like to quote one of the family members who said that the safety of our colleagues and their families is at the top of our priority list.
Yes, so after we decided that we will focus on the short-term revenue creation, we had to decide what should we do with DRT. Buy it after we've solved the crisis or not buy it? Well, we analyzed the situation, we understood each company's profile and realized that buying DRT would be an excellent choice for this company since it aligns with its chain of purse strategy, it will help its profits, it will help reaching the Transform 2025 goals, reinforce their presence in France, and many other things. In short, it will ensure the long-term perspective the company is seeking, which, as Kata mentions, are growth and control. And we also looked at what Patrick and Gilbert were saying, and they seemed to agree with us. Buying this company is a good decision. The big question comes to how to finance this. So for this, we created three alternatives. As the case mentioned, the hybrid notes offering. We also took into consideration to create a leverage buyout with a loan or a mezzanine structure, and a gradual payment schedule that could be negotiated with DRT. We created a complex decision matrix, which has criteria such as family control, growth potential, debt levels, and risks. And as you can see, the best solution in terms of both financial metrics and family harmony is the gradual payment schedule.
And now we will dive into our strategy that consists of two pillars, short-term and long-term, and we will start with short-term. We base this pillar on the question of how can we ensure short-term revenues while preserving the company's essence and values. Well, the answer is crisis management. When looking at the customer trends in the times of crisis, we realize that people spend significantly more time at home, which will lead to the fact that the e-commerce sector will soar. But the question is this good for the Firmenich family? We analyzed the industries that the company is present in, and we highlighted the ones that all have something in common. For instance, skincare, hair care, surface care, and air care. These all have a big potential to increase during the pandemic. Because if you think back, what did we really do during the pandemic? For instance, Christina was occupied with skin and hair care. My mom became even more obsessed with cleaning and surface care, and everyone was lighting scented candles in the house. So we concluded that we must take advantage of these three industries, home decor, skincare, and air care, and leverage the partnerships that we have in these industries. And the benchmark for this is IKEA and CeraVe, for instance, who all increased during the pandemic. But the question is, how can we leverage the company's existing partnerships and the company's strengths? We analyzed what has done the company until this moment. Firstly, it quickly adapted its manufacturing sites when COVID hit and donated 20 tons of disinfectant solution and also increased the production capacity to 100 tons. But how to capitalize this? Our idea is to leverage its biggest partnerships, L'Oreal. We would create a collaboration between Ecos and Compass to ensure the transparency and sustainability the company focuses on, and L'Oreal, and create a scented hand sanitizer. Sorry. But why? We all know that the company has the know-how. They also have the partners as support. There is demand on the market based on what Kata said, and also they have an extra R&D allocation for this. So let's see how this strategy impacts the five most important values that the company has. Firstly, the customers will be satisfied and they will also manage the crisis together with us. Our employees, we will provide the opportunity to work in a safe environment for our employees. We will come up with a new product line in a times of crisis. In terms of sustainability, we will have people all around the world and also leverage the same sustainability practices that the company has done before. And in terms of legacy, we will ensure business and family continuity.
Now let's take a look, after we've solved the crisis, let's take a look at what we can do on the long term in terms of the buyout. Well, first we have to understand what we are actually buying. We are buying a 30-year partner, a supplier, a co-developer, and most importantly, a family business just like us. However, there is another factor. COVID brings in an uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen in the coming years. We're in 2021. We know there's a vaccine. We don't know how everything is going to roll down. So the question comes up: what is the price? We know that DRT wants to sell. We know that we want to buy. So there's both supply and demand, and the added value of the added uncertainty will result in a negotiation. We estimated that before COVID, the company would have sold for around 2.2 billion euros. And after the COVID outbreak, we think that we could negotiate for a 1.8 to 2 billion euro price. Now, as I mentioned before, we will use the gradual buyout structure. Here you can see two amortization tables of how would we pay out the gradual the price to DRT. So we will have to pay, depending if the price is 1.8 or 2 billion, we will pay around 350 or 550 million euros, and we calculated the 4% interest, since we know that interest rates are low due to monetary policies. We have 1.4 billion euros that we know, because the case gave us the fact that we only would need to cover around 750 million euros in terms of financing when buying this company. So you can see that in 2022, when the deal will go through, when the signing will happen, and when the transfer will happen, we will pay 40% of this price. And after that, we calculated with the 4% yearly interest and pay for the coming 3 years, 20% of this price. You can see here in the two cases how much interest we would pay. And we think that this is one of the best options in terms of keeping the control that the company really, really wants. To have a safeguard, as we know from Harvard researchers, safeguards are extremely important in order to make sure that the family continuity lives on. We added an optional credit line of 100 million euros just to make sure that if anything happens, anything unexpected that we didn't think of, or COVID might become really severe, we have an option to reach for to cover the interest payments.
So, but we know that the integration of DRT is pretty hard during this crisis. And we also know that the true face of friendships, relationships, and family connection shows during the hard times. That's why we come up with the idea of a double role committee. So basically, firstly, we analyzed the DRT locations and the FECC locations, and we found out that we have the same location as them. So we can start the integration of the DRT by implementing their own colleagues, foreign colleagues. Well, first we will start in France because based on the fact that we know that the vaccine already started to be available for the people, and of course we only do this if there are the perfect circumstances for this. We will start the integration part there. There will be a committee of the 5, which consists 5 of our foraging colleagues, who will be selected located colleagues, and they will start the whole integration process. And they will outstanding focus on the hygiene and also the preventive measures as well. So we will not going to have a problem from the affections. And also there will be a consistent communication with the headquarters. But as I mentioned, based on the company's values, we are not just a profit-oriented company. The people are really important for us. That's why they will have a double role. They will be a supporter and an integrator as well. So we took the base of the 3L mindset, the listen, learn, and lead mindset, and we created additional roles to this. Well, in the supporter part, we can see in the listen part, the committee of the 5 will listen to the everyday programs, the best practices, and the daily operation discussions as well. As an integrator, they will specifically listen to the challenges during this crisis period. As they're going to learn about the inner processes and all the company culture as well, we know this is really important that we are focusing on keeping the company culture there, and also we will learn the way to resolving unexpected issues as well. In the lead part, we will adapt to the management style and company culture and consistently help them as an integrator with upcoming challenges. With this, we can say that we will create a deep connection and synergy between the 2 companies that will help with the smoother transition and faster acceptance. But how our strategy aligns with our core values, as you can see, our customer on the long term will like to have this buyout because we can create supportive, innovative, and sustainable products. In terms of people, we can create a much further diversification and new opportunities to our employees. In terms of creativity, we can create new product development, and we have great opportunities on terms of synergies. In the sustainability part, the production will be from renewable and naturally derived ingredients as well. So during the legacy, we can ensure that the company future will be ensured with the family members as well.
In order to give a visual aid to see how our strategy will be implemented, we created a complex timeline. So on the crisis management, tomorrow we will start negotiating with L'Oreal and trying to develop this product that we've talked about that is very in demand right now on the market. And we estimated by the end of 2021, the product will be able to launch. And after that, until the pandemic lasts, we will sell this product. And also, just to mention, L'Oreal is more of an example. If there are other B2B customers of ours who would like to join in, we would work with them as well. On the buyout procedure, we estimated the signing of the contract will be around the second quarter of 2022. And after that, in the integration, as you can see, we start with France, USA, and our joint ventures, because that's where we and DRT are both present, and then move on to China. And from 2024 on, we will create long-term value with them. In terms of finances, we estimated the revenue of the company, how it will change. We see that the 2019 was the starting point. In 2020, we estimated a 10% decrease that stagnated to 2021. And in 2022, based on the market's easing and our strategy that starts in 2022, we will see a 15% increase, and 5% of that is due to our strategy. After buying the company, DRT, our revenues will increase with their revenues, and our base growth will increase to 4% due to the new markets that we integrate. Now, Christina, are there any risks?
Well, Anna, we all know that there is not a solution without risk. That's why we identified two biggest risks. The first one is that DRT won't agree to buy out under our conditions. That's why the mitigation for this is to leverage the buyout with a mezzanine structure. And another risk can be that we cannot start the integration process because of the COVID. Well, in that case, we will ensure to support each other with continuous communication and strengthen the relationship with the two companies online.
Now, we know that we've talked about a lot of things, but right now let's focus on what to do on Monday. On Monday, we will have to initiate the discussions with partners like L'Oreal who want to collaborate for the greater good and start producing the hand sanitizers. This is our short-term now solution. We really think that with this strategy, the company can survive for another 125 years, for another 200 years, until they will be true to their DNA and to their building blocks. Thank you for your kind attention, and we're happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you. Judges will now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I invite the lead judge to begin the questions.
Thank you. Very well done. Very good analysis. What kept you up at night? I mean, when you read this case, what disturbed your team the most? I mean, it's a very different case.
Most probably the financing of the buyout is what was most challenging to figure out, because you can't really estimate how interest rates, prices, values will go in such a volatile environment. So we've seen during COVID the markets go up and down by not 10% but 100%. Mm-hmm. So this is why we try to really dive deep into that and focus on that.
Yeah, you made a lot of assumptions when it came to the finance. Was there a lot of disagreement on your team?
We discussed all assumptions that we had. We tried to stay very conservative because the company has a conservative financial profile. So we really try to focus on what can be exactly expected.
Yeah.
So I'd like to discuss the finances a little bit. And
all right.
Could we go to your buyout slide with the price?
Yes.
Right there. The one before, the one that had.
Okay,
right there.
yes.
The revenue, I'll preface this. The revenue is 550 million
yes,
euros,
not the
earnings. And you've
yeah.
got 4 times. Would your analysis change if I said maybe the buyout price is closer to 500 million or 450 million, not 2.2 million euros? You follow my logic there?
Yeah, yes, sure.
4 times revenue is unheard of. I mean, 4 times earnings to 5 times earnings, but not revenue.
Yeah, so that was a question that we debated. We are also more familiar with the EBITDA multiples. We estimated that the EBITDA multiple would be around 6, so we just went with 4. We had no access to other sources. However, if the price would be lower, obviously the structure still stands, the percentages still stand, and
the numbers would just be lower.
Most
you wouldn't
likely.
Change your strategy with a lower. I mean,
well, we either might rely more on a leverage buyout letter. Yes. So, okay. Our main focus is to generate revenue for the company right now. That is what we want to focus on. If the price is lower, we might start the integration process earlier, but to be honest, with all the legal work and the strategy creation and negotiations, we don't think we can do it earlier, even if we wanted to, even if the price was lower. Thank you.
So your recommendation is to, in essence, retrade the price and shift some of the risk from the buyer to the seller in the form of a staged gradual payout. I understand that.
Yes.
So the company started and the company approached DRT and started the process of the buyout in March of 2020. What, given that COVID was already, people were already COVID aware, what makes you believe that, while I understand the strategy of trying to get it at a lower price with less risk, what led you to believe that there was an opportunity to retrade the deal, given that the deal started when COVID already existed?
Yeah, so basically we debated a lot, and the other hard part was solving this case that we need to forget everything that we know what happened after 2021. And we know that in 2021 we were in the COVID, like in the middle of it, and we don't know what's going to happen. It will last a year. It will last a decade. We don't know yet. And we also know that the company DRT don't want to put more money into that company. They want to sell it. There's a crisis. They don't know how long that crisis is going to take. So they will, if we're not going to go further with our the buyout process, they may be going to sell it to someone else who will give them a better number. But what we can give them, because we know that our buyout strategy is not to give the highest number, but to save the company culture and give additional value. That's why we say that we will help them. We know them well. We have strong connections with them. We will help them through this crisis, and then they will accept that the buyout of the company will take a little bit longer for a lower price.
So I will continue a bit on that, but on another aspect, because there are some other conditions you might have considered. What about the family ownership and the independence? Because there is not only DRT and Firmenich, but there is also Arden and Tikehau Capital. So with a firm having as its values independence and full family ownership, how did you negotiate that condition on long term?
So just so I understand, you're asking how the family can take control after paying the...
Yeah, exactly. How long? Maybe you discussed why these private equity firms are there and what their objects are to be in this deal. But looking from a family firm perspective, and having those values of being independent and having full family ownership, you might have some conditions on that aspect as well. Did you discuss about that?
Well, our assumption was that once we pay for the firm in full price, it will be part of us and it will be part of our family business community. Yes, it will be under Firmenich and it will have control over that firm.
And I also like to add that there is clearly written in the case that for the family, a longer perspective is not like for a normal profit-oriented company. For a family-oriented company, the long-term strategy aligned for decades, not for 5 years. They think on the long term, and they want to ensure that there will be some growth in the firm and they can develop further.
I'd like
Yeah, this is a quick follow-up, because at the end of the case, it also said, okay, it's a chain of pearls. This is a mega pearl. This is a big one. This is something they've never done before. And even the non-family CEO said, this is going to change the culture of the company and change the culture of the family. How is it going to change the culture? And is that something you should be concerned with?
Well, first of all, we had to take into consideration that this is not a new company. We have known this company for 30 years. We have worked with them. We have a joint venture with them. So it isn't a new relationship with them. So we already know them. We already know their values, how they operate. So it would be really easy to integrate them since we have known them for 30 years.
Yeah, and I just want to add that from the business perspective, their product completely complements ours. So this will help our company to be even more vertically integrated.
Yes, and as you can see on this slide, we also analyzed what will happen after the buyout. So we can see that each of our building blocks, how they will react to this buyout, to having this company in our community. And as we can see, they are all the results are all green. So we consider it to a change in culture, but a positive change in culture.
Fair enough. So in an M&A transaction, we obviously know there's a buyer and a seller, and at the end of the day, both sides have to agree. So let's say that the board takes your recommendation here and the seller says no. You can either do the original deal or we walk. What do you recommend?
We would recommend, as you can see here, our first risk was exactly this: leverage buyout with a mezzanine structure. So probably we know that we have a lot of network. Like we have 40 family shareholders. They all know a lot of people. So we would most likely bring in someone who would lend us the money, or if not them, then a bank. But the bank loan would be the last option. So first the mezzanine, right, between equity and debt. Let's see if we have a friend who can help us out, and then buyout.
So just one quick follow-up to that. So because I just want to be clear, you would recommend them to go ahead at the original price, just finance it differently.
Yes, we think that DRT brings enough synergies and enough new markets that this will make sense.
Okay, thank you. And we're out of time. One quick one.
Yeah, I have a question on your timeline. It's a very linear time in a period of uncertainty. Did you discuss that? Because you sometimes you move to 2021, but you're actually in 2020, so you don't know what's going to happen or how long it is. So how feasible is this timeline? Okay.
We think that we allocated pretty big and pretty conservatively to each step. So obviously there are many different details that that we're happy to share once once you have a little more time, and once if you hire us as consultants, if we've convinced you. But yes, we think that it's doable, and it just needs a little more detailing once there's a clear vision on each of the projects.
Thank you all. At this time, we have a brief 5-minute break before the next presentation begins.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Have fun up there.
Jim would like you to take on the role of a family member, and Mia would like you to take on the role of partner. Thank you.
Are we all set? Welcome to the final round of the 12th annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I now request that all observers please be silent, and as well silence and please put away all cell phones and other devices. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to please introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. I invite the lead judge to begin the introductions.
So apparently I'm Gilbert. No, my name is Jim Davis. I'm a professor at Utah State University.
My name is Adam Ifshin in real life. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DLC.
And I am a family member. I'll be Jacques today. My name's Jim Keller, and I am the owner of Green Mountain Business Consultants. And where do I live? Not in the Green Mountain State. Extra points. Remember? Wyoming.
Wyoming. There you go. The opposite. Vermont.
So my name is Mira Bloemenbecks. I'm a professor in regional innovative capacity at the Hanze University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands, and I am assigned as being Patrick for the audience.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from the Adelaide Business School at the University of Adelaide. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop. At the 5 minutes remaining, we will hold the green 5-minute remaining sign. With 1 minute remaining, we will hold up the yellow 1 minute remaining sign. At the end of the 20 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of your time. You'll have 30 seconds to finish your last sentence. Judges will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Again, we will signal the 5 and 1 minute remaining times. At the end of the 10 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of your time, and you will have about 30 seconds to finish your last sentence. After the question and answer period, there will be a short 5-minute intermission before the next presentation. Thank you very much. The team from the University of Adelaide may now begin their presentation.
Thank you for your time today. Before we start with an acknowledgement of country, and we recognise the Wabanaki Confederacy of the lands we meet today, but we also acknowledge the Kaurna people from the Adelaide Plains from where we're visiting you. So today, I'd like to introduce us. We are CBS Advisory, and we're looking at ensuring that the family's values and vision result in sustainable and profitable profitability, ensuring intergenerational wealth and influence continues. So we know that these are uncertain times, and there's a level of fear that we're all going through. And it's because of businesses like yours and the innovation that you're going through, and even the example that you set by the way you treat your staff, it brings comfort to everyone, and it really makes a huge impact on what the whole world is going through at this time. So I'd like to start off by introducing the team. My name is Ben, and I'm the Family Business Specialist. I've got Caroline, who's our Business and Financial Specialist, and I've got Simonette, who's our Sustainability and Strategic Specialist. So what are we going to do today? We're going to discover what's important, we're going to develop what works, and we're going to deliver what lasts for your company. So what key questions are we going to be addressing today? So we're going to start off by looking at, will the acquisition with DRT put at risk the company's, the fit, the for good naturally fit? Will family members like yourselves accept a financial loss of independence? On the business side of things, we'll be asking, will the business model survive an acquisition of this size? Is there need to revisit the company's sources of resilience, including governance structures? And finally, is there time to increase revenues in this time of uncertainty? So we're looking at the 3-axis model today, and we're looking at the family, we're looking at the business, and we're looking at the ownership structure. So we can see that the family works really well together. They've got a really common set of beliefs, and the business is in its maturity. So actually where we're at the moment is a really good position during these times of uncertainty to make acquisitions, to look at innovation, continue innovation, and continuing looking at that sustainability. In terms of ownership, it's really important to recognize where you are at the moment. And the fact that you've survived 5 generations is actually a really, really big thing. After the 3rd generation, it becomes really, really challenging to keep a family together. So if we look at your company, we know you've got a long history, 125 years of history. We know we're talking about big numbers here today and lots of employees, and the level of responsibility that comes with that is cannot be understated. And when we look at DRT, we can see that DRT is a global leader in plant-based chemistry. We can see that they've got a lot to offer. There's a lot of synergies there that can assist both companies, and there's vertical integration in that as well. So what is the problem? Well, the problem simply is that should you acquire DRT? And if so, when is that going to happen? What are the contributing factors today? Well, we're looking at external factors, COVID, the pandemic, supply line disruptions, whether we need to finance the acquisition with DRT. The business first strategy is often conflicting with the business strategy. So when we look at family businesses, we know that family businesses are in it for the long term. They're not looking for a quick profit. Whereas there are business demands that do require that. So we're going to be looking at that as well. And finally, the family values. We know that your family is really, really strongly aligned with ideas of sustainability and innovation. So what are the symptoms? What are we seeing? Well, we're seeing that the family is loss of financial independence. We're seeing uncertainty in making business decisions, and we're seeing a higher level of risk. And what's the root cause? Well, we're saying that external factors such as COVID are putting stress on those business priorities. So when we do a quick Sharma's performance matrix and we look at where you are, we can identify that you have a high financial capital, but you've also got a high emotional capital. The visions are aligned and the family's aligned. And we can see that through the strong growth and history of innovation, capitalization and sustainability, but also with the family as well. There's some real strengths there. If we look at the parallel planning model, which is our diagnostic tool, we move from left to right, and you can see where we've identified the family has been doing really well and has established. You've got really strong values, and they align really well vertically and horizontally. So the family values and the business values align in terms of sustainability and innovation. The decision of where we're going, what is the family vision, and that aligns really closely as well. And whilst with the other categories, we see alignment as well, this time of uncertainty and this time of crisis around the world means that we're going to be looking at the participation strategy, human capital, the business strategy, and financial capital. So we did a VR analysis, and we looked at what's valuable in your company. And we looked at saying that, well, you are in a really strong financial situation. And these non-financial goals align with your fundamentals as well. There's research and development, and that makes it incredibly rare. It's not imitatable. You've got 3.9 thousand patents, and your ingredients are sourced globally. And finally, it's not substitutable. Sustainability and quality are recognized, and it's really hard for other companies to follow. So finally, in terms of the challenge statement, how do we make an industry leader like yourselves in renewable and sustainable ingredients during a time of crisis, but also maintaining those family values? And Caroline is going to take us further and look at developing what actually works.
Thanks, Ben. So now that Ben's taken us through, oh gosh, sorry. Let me go back. There we go. So now that Ben's taken us through what our challenge is today, I'm going to talk you through some solutions to develop some strategies that might work for your company. And recognizing, as Ben said, we're 1 year into COVID. We're all quite scared. We don't really know what the potential is for the future. And this is where in business, you can either step back and not take the opportunities, or you can really take that opportunity to thrive as a business and adapt to those changing market conditions. So that's what we want to help you through today. So the first option is don't acquire DRT. So here, this would be business as usual. You'd maintain that financial independence in the family side. You wouldn't have disruption to your dividend payments, and this would be the lowest risk option. So on the business side, you could continue doing your joint venture partnerships with DRT, so there'd still be some opportunity for innovation there. The second option is very similar to the first option, but just leaving that door open, so delaying the acquisition with DRT. This is recognising that COVID is a very challenging time, and maybe thinking that if we don't want to do it now, maybe we'll delay it for another few years, see what happens with COVID and whether the time might be right later on. So then you wouldn't be disrupting the family owners, and they could still receive their ongoing dividends as they do now. The third option would be to proceed with the acquisition as it currently stands. So this would be proceeding with that hybrid notes offering financial arrangement. So this is recognising that there's aligned values between DRT and between Firmenich. So you've got those aligned values of innovation and sustainability. On the business side, there'd be a huge opportunity for growth. So by acquiring DRT, you're doing vertical integration, and we recognise that during COVID, there might be huge supply issues. And so by actually acquiring one of your supplier, you might be mitigating some of those risks of increasing supply issues. You'll have huge new capabilities in terms of health and nutrition and cosmetics and new markets as well. And there's a huge potential to pivot using these new markets and apply your innovation tools to new potential products. So you could look into masks or developing vaccines, and you'd have all of this potential behind you with the additional resources from acquiring DRT. This is the highest risk though. So we've recognised that it's a huge financial requirement. So the £750 million hybrid notes offering to acquire DRT. Option 4 looks at acquiring DRT, but with a slightly different funding model. So instead of putting in that £750 million of hybrid notes offering, you'd be decreasing that to £400 million. And so that represents about 10% of annual revenue in Firmenich, assuming that Swiss francs are approximately equal to pounds. So here we'd look at increasing the private equity stake. I guess you're all asking, well, where does that 350 million, where's that coming from? So we're looking at increasing the private equity stake from Ardian and Tikehau Capital. So we'd be asking them to put in more of their own funding, and then we'd be decreasing our funding. So this would put less financial pressure on the business and the family, so it'd be a bit of a lower risk. The positive of this is that you'd still be acquiring DRT, so you'd be obtaining all of those resources, you'd be able to innovate together and take those market opportunities from COVID. So you'd still have that huge opportunity, but just a slightly lower risk to your family. We've plotted the COVID innovation opportunities on a BCG matrix. So this looks at where your products line in terms of your market share and the growth potential. So we've put it down in the question mark at the moment because there's a potential for high growth but low market share, but we want to move that into the star category of high market share and high growth potential. And this is where we see a huge opportunity for you in collaboration with DRT. So we've used a SAF matrix, which is the decision-making tool, and it's a weighted scoring technique. It looks at suitability, whether the options address the key issues, acceptability, whether they're acceptable to shareholders and stakeholders, and feasibility, whether they're actually practical to implement. So we've scored each of the 4 options up here, and I'll point out some of the key areas highlighted in red. So option 1, don't acquire DRT. This is scored the lowest on returns and values, with only a score of 4 out of 10, because you'd be missing the opportunity and it wouldn't be in line with your values of innovation, sustainability and growth. That does score the highest on acceptable level of risk because it's the lowest level of risk. Moving to option 2, delaying the acquisition. So this isn't in line with your core innovative values either, and you'd also be missing that risk, but you might, you'd be missing that opportunity, but you might be able to take that opportunity further down the road. So it's still got a fairly low score overall. Option 3, acquiring DRT with the hybrid notes offering, has scored quite high on the return to stakeholders because that's the biggest opportunity for returns, but it scored lowest, a 5 out of 10 on acceptable level of risk because it's the highest risk. And finally, option 4 scored the highest overall. So this is acquiring DRT, but with that different funding model. So getting more share from the private equity investors, but putting in less of your own funds. And we've scored that still high for return to stakeholders because you've got a high potential for returns, slightly lower than option 3, but still up there. And then a 7 out of 10 because you've reduced your risk. And then 9 out of 10 for in line with values because it's still really in line with your core values of innovation and sustainability. So now I'll hand over to Sim to talk through how this strategy will come into place.
Thank you, Caroline. We understand how complex and the type of decision that you're making today. And we acknowledge, Gilbert, you're not a member of this family. We know that you're tasked with heading up the strategic direction and making sure that the family members that sit alongside of you are part of this journey and are feeling comfortable with what you're doing. So thank you for bringing them along today and making them part of this. We understand communicating early, particularly as what we've learned in the past year of the pandemic, is really important. So as Caroline mentioned, we are suggesting that we acquire DRT, and we're doing that with additional investment outside of the family. We understand that there's 40 family shareholdings, and we understand the complexity that can come with that and the time that it can take to do such a complex transaction. So we want to take that into consideration, noting that we do have a lot of uncertainty, and we're at this point in time, we're not sure, and we'd like to continue working with you, understanding what type of diversity there is in the family members' incomes and how important these dividends are. So for us, this has been factored into our considerations today. So as Caroline has mentioned, the BCG matrix looks at your existing products and your portfolios and helps us understand where we can actually look to continue to innovate and grow, which, as we know, is part of the fundamentals. And as part of that, we want to explore those options with DRT. Where can we currently maximise on the health, the medical? We've considered pharmaceuticals. We can see that you've been working on getting disinfectant very generously into hospitals. How can we continue to make sure that we're not only part of that from a social impact, which we can see is coming through the socio-emotional wealth for the family, which, as we know, is the non-financial aspects when it comes into a family business. And we know that that neatly aligns into the business from an environmental social governance point of view. As Ben spoke to you about, aligning through parallel planning, the family needs and the business needs are really important that they align. So for us, really looking at that short-term horizon, going into the innovation and growth is something that we'd like to work with you on. When we restructure the deal with DRT, as Caroline has mentioned, we want to understand, can we seek further private equity investment? And the reason why we've done that is we understand that your family is willing to make those difficult decisions to put the business first. And for that reason, we'd like to see and we consider that having some more private equity investment in this can help diversify that risk for the family. And like we said, we're not too sure at the moment how dependent the family are on this income or whether there's diversification and what further generations are needed to support this decision and the income is going to. So for that reason, if this isn't going to be palatable to the 2 existing private equity investors that have come forward, we would be seeking another investor to come along. Again, just trying to preserve the uncertainty and make sure that there are a number of people across this, again, to de-risk in a very uncertain environment. So for us, the reason why we came up with that figure is we understand that you are willing to go above and beyond for innovation and industry norms when it comes down to research and development. And for us, we were considering that the family shareholdings would be willing to make a similar contribution to that level of research and innovation in this type of deal. Finally, we understand the richness that comes through with governance, and we need to work that through on the family side and the business side. We know that it's on your mind whether you need to do anything differently. And for that reason, we would be considering a business vision and strategy review. We know it's on your mind that right now you don't know where the business is headed in 5, 10, 15 years. And we know that it's quite healthy to undertake strategic planning every 3 to 5 years to make sure that it's headed in the right direction. And then on the family side with management and ownership, again, we are suggesting that the existing governance structures are healthy and we want to continue to support that to continue. And with that would be the family participation to understand new generations who want to come through and be part of management. Again, Gilbert, we know that you're on tenure. We know that there would be an opportunity to work with another generation, and there may be someone in the family who'd be willing to take your place in the future. That's something we need to keep in mind. And then we also understand that given the size of this, we've got a family enterprise here. So we also need to keep in mind your wealth management. So to give you an idea around an implementation plan for short term, we know that we need to investigate those innovation opportunities, and we consider that we can achieve that in just over half a year working with you. Type of activities that we need to work through is market research into those key areas of growth. Consider those findings, capabilities that are currently existing in DRT that we can make sure would be able to maximise on this opportunity. And then the financial validation of those market opportunities. We know that the market is very unstable at the moment, so we need to keep working those numbers regularly. And then again, making sure that the family members and the family owners are comfortable with this decision. We also need to restructure that deal. So as you can imagine, it's working through with the legal team, it's working through with the existing offering to see whether or not they'd be willing to contribute that investment. And we consider that this can be done within the next year. For a longer term plan, we also acknowledge that we need to keep the family involved. And as part of that, Gilbert, you take on the very important role of making sure that you've got family alignment and business alignment. And we're suggesting that you are communicating regularly, at least once a quarter, if you're not already doing so. But you're nodding, which is suggesting you are. On the Firminex business strategy and vision, again, this is a 3-year plan because we do know that strategic planning should be done every 3 to 5 years. And you've got an idea as to where that can head. And then again, family member participation and family ownership needs to be done at least annually for a business of this size. We've also considered the risks with these solutions that we've put forward today. And the one that I'd like to highlight to you is the second. We're working with external impacts that are unknown in a generation. And the company has thrived previously on being led by family members through a time of crisis. This is a different situation at the moment with a non-family member chief executive, and we need to keep that in mind. But we do believe that the existing business structures will help you through that. So on that note, we'd like to pass it over to you for some questions.
Thank you. The judges will now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I invite the lead judge to begin the question and answer period.
Thank you. As Gilbert, I want to thank you for validating my strategy.
You're welcome, Gilbert.
You know my chain of pearls. This is the big kahuna. This is the big pearl, the one that I want. But the problem I have is that there are 2 family members to my left who are unnamed that don't agree. They feel like this is going to risk their independence, financial independence, but also governance independence. French law may require that we put someone from France on our board that is not a family member. How can I convince them that this is the right way to go, that they're going to be fine, despite giving up a little bit of their independence?
So there's a couple of things in there that you've mentioned and that I'm more than happy to pass over to my colleagues. We too have considered that. And again, we understand that you are dealing with a large number of family members that need to be factored in. So in our first risk here, you can see that we are aware that family members will have different needs that come through. And as part of that, we'd be willing to look at an already decreased contribution, and we can already see that there's an opportunity to renegotiate that deal. What we also considered through one of the alternatives is, you'll see the second alternative here. We looked at only part of the family shareholders investing in DRT, but we understood that wouldn't leverage from your existing governance structures. So we'd be suggesting that, unfortunately, if we can't get harmony within the family, the fact that family control doesn't appear to be important, we're happy to test that assumption. We know that this is a business first company. We understand that they're willing to make those hard decisions. We'd be hoping that they'd trust the process.
One more follow-up question. Renegotiating the deal. What needs renegotiating? What aspect of this deal do we want to challenge?
You're right. So as part of that, as we've said, it's uncertain times. It gives you an opportunity to make sure it's as relevant as possible, but it's also going to make sure that you've got the right investment coming through from your other private equity partners. They would be the key things that we want to do, and we want to protect those capabilities in that health and medical and nutrition space. They would be the key things we're looking for.
All right, so let's stay with that. Your recommendation is that two groups that I understand to be in the selling entity stay in the deal as investors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Given that the transaction began in March of 2020, and I think we would all agree, those of us who ran a business in March of 2020, we knew about COVID. What makes you believe that they would have any interest whatsoever in doing that, given the fact that the deal was struck when COVID had already begun? What's the justification for them taking the position that they would work with you other than the deal you have on the table?
Great.
I guess so. When we entered the deal with them at the beginning, we identified that there were huge innovation potentials. And then now that we've progressed a little bit further into COVID, we can see that there's a huge market demand for pivoting and doing things like vaccines and masks and new innovative things. So a reason why they would still be interested is that there's that huge potential for us to really grow and for them to really recoup their wealth and their investment over time.
I think as well, Firmenich built a lot of trust. They were seen to be an early mover. They made decisions before formal lockdowns were happening, and so a lot of companies would have looked to yours as an early mover, and also through the history of innovation and making savvy business decisions. You've built up a lot of trust, and that comes from both the financial side of things, but also that the investment in the human capital that you've been doing as well. I think as a company, you've demonstrated that those elements of innovation and sustainability actually build trust in your competitors.
So just real quick, real fast. So let's say they say no, and it's go or no go. What's your recommendation in the absence of an alternative financing structure?
I think we looked at this as one of our existing risks. So yeah, if DRT doesn't agree or the two private equity investors don't agree.
That is cool.
Is that, no.
Yeah.
If DRT doesn't agree to the acquisition?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess, we try and renegotiate with possible. We looked at some other alternatives. One bit might be acquiring part of their business. So they might be open to that. They might want to sell off part of their business but keep the rest. Another option is just returning to status quo. So if they really refuse the offer, then no harm done, I guess. Your company still continues as usual, and then we could do a partnership and a joint venture with them and still capitalize on that innovation opportunity.
So at that point, you'd recommend not doing the deal versus going ahead with the deal you negotiated?
Oh, we're definitely recommending the deal, but at that lower investment rate.
But if they won't agree to that, do you walk or do you close?
We're giving you a third option, which is to go small. The reason why we didn't go down this pathway is we understand how important your employees are. We know you call them colleagues. And for us, we thought this would be just as disruptive to your employees and your suppliers. What really resonated with us is when you were working with local farmers and you said, keep selling the flowers. So for us, we didn't consider it this way, given the uncertainty in the environment.
So as a family member, and I'm one of the investors, not an employee, I'm very interested in another risk that I didn't see you addressed and wondered if you discussed. Beyond the acquisition is the integration. And we're in the middle of COVID. We can't travel. We're going to bring in a new company. They're not the same culture as us. How do you deal with integration in that environment to make sure that the deal meets our objectives?
Sure. I'll start and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. We did consider this. One of the benefits of working with DRT is we understand that you have a long-standing relationship with them. You've been working with them in partnership for 30 years. They've already been assessed so far with due diligence as having the right culture check for you. I understand it's always different when you come under one roof, but that was the other appealing factor of starting small, is you could see that it was going to be the right culture fit for your business.
And I think as well, recognising that COVID is such a time of change and innovation. So if there's a time to innovate and align with a key partner and do something really great together for the world, it's now. So that's why we think that you should capitalise on this opportunity. And we recognise that your values and you've got those core relationships there already that you can build on.
So Ben, I'm coming back to you. So you were introducing the 3-axis model.
Yep.
And you said, well, this is a family that works together and distant relatives. And then you triggered me by saying the challenge is to keep the family together. What made you make that remark? How? Because I'm Patrick, of course, and I'm part of the family. Why? What did you think that we need to be, kept together?
Yeah, I think in times of crisis, that's always going to bring up different emotions with different family members, having a certain lifestyle. So whilst the business has always come first and always directed you and gave you that sense of security, I think in these times of uncertainty, there is always going to be occasions when you question that. And so I guess our recommendation comes back to saying, trust in yourself. Trust in these mechanisms, trust in those governance structures that you've developed that have worked. And that's where that family harmony will come back. And that family harmony, as we said in the parallel planning slide, when the family's in harmony, that can directly influence the business side of things as well.
So how do you assess this family? Because is it actually a family business, or do you think that it is more like a business family that we are talking about? Because it's a big company with we've got only 4 family members in the board. So did that affect your? So how did you assess that?
I think those ideas of social of stewardship are still really, really strong. Like, I think even though you're not participating daily in the business and that you have employed an external CEO, I think those ideas of stewardship are really, really strong. And through all our interviews with you, that came through. And I think that's really important to protect. And as I said, when you're looking at the unique aspects of a family business, it's the family side of things and the business side of things that make a business strong.
And I'll just add to that. So you've also heard from Ben, and as we've previously discussed, it's a socio-emotional wealth. And when we get into past the 4th generation, we have members from the 4th and the 5th generation here today. It does give you that sense of connection across those generations. Distant relatives, it gives you something to talk about at those family retreats, meetings that you do, which would happen regularly.
10 seconds, not enough.
Thank you all. At this time, we have a 5-minute break before we begin the next presentation.
Leave these on the table. Go save.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Oh, of course. Nice to meet you. Have fun up there.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, of course.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Are we all set? Wonderful. Welcome to the final round of the 12th annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I now request that all observers please be silent, and additionally, please silence and put away all cell phones or other devices. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to please introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. I will begin with the lead judge for the introductions.
Hi, I'm Jim Davis. I'm a professor and the executive director of executive education at Utah State University.
And I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DLC.
And I'm Jim Keller. I'm a graduate of the University of Vermont, and I own and operate at Green Mountain Business Consultants out of Wyoming.
My name is Mira Bloemenbeks. I'm a professor in regional innovative capacity at the Hanze University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands.
Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from the Asper School of Business at the University of Manitoba. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop. With 5 minutes remaining, we will hold up the green 5 minutes remaining sign. With 1 minute remaining, we will hold up the yellow 1 minute remaining sign. At the end of the 20 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of your time, and you'll have about 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Again, we will indicate 5 and 1 minute remaining. And at the end of the 10 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of your time. You'll have about 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. After the question and answer period, there will be a short 5-minute intermission before the next presentation. Thank you. The team from the University of Manitoba may now begin their presentation.
Good afternoon. I don't know about you, but over the last little while, I've definitely learned the value of working together. My name is Erica. I'm here with Jana, Tien, and Shihan, and we're Just Can't Consulting. We're presenting today to Mr. Firmenich and also Mr. Ghosteen. So the question we are here to answer today is, how does Firmenich balance short-term cash flow with long-term strategy? You consulted us because there's a risk of losing 100% family ownership right now. There's also a COVID crisis going on, and there's questions about whether the cash flow is sufficient enough for the DRT acquisition. So our recommendation to you is to delay the acquisition while still continuing and fostering that DRT partnership. And we'll do that through family governance, the board of directors, and a shareholders council. And then we'll also adapt through the crisis through hand sanitizer, which will eventually become a long-term strategy and source of revenue for you.
As mentioned by Erica, there are some challenges we need to work through today, but we know you've withstood so many crises in the past 125 years, so we know we can work through this. First, let's take a look at the family environment. Several family members are engaged across the business. However, there's not even one right now that's in the executive position. You have 40 shareholders across 3 generations. However, you only have Patrick. He was a former CEO, and now he's a chairman of the board of directors, along with another 3 family members. These are your sources of resilience that can help you have that longevity and also help you to navigate through the COVID crisis. However, a lack of family involvement is putting this source of resilience at risk. You're committed to protect your purpose for good naturally. You care about your people. Your employee are at heart of your company. And sustainability, you want to make sure that long-term success. And also you want to preserve that legacy through your independence.
in terms of that sustainability, especially right now during COVID, you want to put on the mask on yourself before you can put that on someone else, like your suppliers. These values and purposes are like a compass, and they are non-negotiable. So governance right now really needs to be strengthened to increase that family influence, to protect your purposes, and to create that long-term strategy. Right now, the company and the family is having a true financial stress because of the acquisition. The acquisition, right now we're considering that hybrid offering notes payable. So this is the largest acquisition in the history in your 125 years. And that initial hybrid notes is really going to diminish your cash flow. You have 40 shareholders, they're counting on that. And you also have that profit sharing. So your employees during this crisis, they don't know uncertainty. They want to have that as well, the protection. So a strategy that doesn't protect your people and provide that long-term sustainability should not be considered. And as we look at understanding the root cause of this acquisition during COVID crisis, we mentioned some of it, and then we want to protect your people. And at root, actually, we see that's because the minority seats that's on your board right now. In the past 125 years, you withstood many crises through your strong relationships. And we need to work together, just like what is said here. Solidarity is more contagious than the virus. We want to have the synergy, which is combining your strengths with DRT's strengths to create that long-term strategy, adapting to crisis that can become a new sustainable strategy. So to summarize our analysis, it's actually closer here. We're introducing a Sharma's performance matrix, and this matrix shows how a balanced governance can help us, can bring the company to success. Right now, we're sitting at the small f and small b, despite you're having a really strong business performance right now, but because of that lack of family influence, it's going to affect your business strategy. So that's why that's putting us in that small f and small b. So we landed on 3 key criteria that can help us evaluate the solutions. So the first one is we need to maintain ownership to protect that purpose. And the second one is it needs to sustain relationships with stakeholders, like your employees, your suppliers, and your customers. And finally, it needs to ensure that long-term strategy does protect your sustainability in short term.
So how can Firmenich can balance the short-term and long-term strategy? We come up with 3 different alternatives. The first option is continue with the acquisition, and you might give up around 10% of the equity. And the second option is acquire DRT, but it's just a part of that. Right now, DRT including 2 divisions, which is ingredient for adhesive, and another one is for fragrance. And we might just negotiate to go with a part of that, which is the fragrance that relevant to our business. And the third option is delay acquisition. However, we can update the DRT contract terms for a longer term. So now let's evaluate those 3 options. For the first option, because you already give up some equity, you cannot maintain the ownership anymore. And because of the invest to the acquisition, you will not have enough time and resources to protect your internal stakeholder, which is your employees. For the acquired DRT fragrance division, it's nice that you have some cash flow to deal with the acquisition because it's just a part of that. However, we also lose some cash flow for the acquired, and we also cannot sustain the relationship with your internal stakeholder. And for final option, delay acquisition, now at that time, you can maintain your ownership as well as sustain the relationship, invest more time with your employee and dealing with the crisis management first, and can have some strategy to enhance the long-term and protect the short-term business. So that's why we'd like to come up with this solution. And Erica and Jana will share with us how we can do that.
Thanks, team. So our strategy is to delay the acquisition and continue our DRT partnership. The two pillars of our strategy are strengthening our family governance through a family majority on the board of directors and increasing family involvement in the business. And our second pillar is our crisis adaptation to adapt to the crisis through hand sanitizer and a pre-order contract with DRT. We're going to start with our first pillar. So Firmenich needs to preserve the family business values and stay resilient through this crisis. We're going to do that through our board of directors to maintain a family majority and through increasing family involvement through education and communication channels. And this is going to build that resilience through protecting that family influence in the business. So let's look at your board of directors. It's currently a 9-seat board, but we propose expanding it into an 11-seat board with 2 additional family members. And what that's going to do is give the family a majority vote on the board. So Patrick, you'll still maintain that chair position, and then we'll add 2 family members. Some of the key criteria are that they are family. We want someone who's knowledgeable about the business. We want someone who is committed to your values of innovation and sustainability. And we're looking for that experience through education or an equivalent experience. And there is a risk that within your family members, there aren't people that fit that criteria. And we would mitigate that through ongoing education and mentorship, because we believe that knowledgeable family members preserve that competitive advantage you have and longevity of being a family business. Next, we're going to have a communication structure between the owners and the board of directors. Right now, you have 40 shareholders with an annual meeting. That's a lot of people to coordinate. And you represent 5 branches of the family. So we suggest having a shareholder council with a member from each of those 5 branches of the family, and including Patrick, to really represent those shareholders to the board of directors. And especially in a crisis situation like COVID-19, that's going to expedite the communication and really communicate those family values to the board of directors. And as part of this shareholder council, we're going to develop an education plan, because we've mentioned that there isn't enough family involvement in the business, and we really want to strengthen that. So the next strategy is we need family members. We need a structure to maintain that knowledge and involvement of family members. During COVID, there's virtual meetings, and that's great for family members who live all around the world to utilize those virtual platforms. And this is a place where we can educate family members more about the business. We want a mentorship opportunity to pair family members with executives and board members to really deepen their understanding of the business. We want more work opportunities for family members, and we honor and respect that you are a merit-based employment opportunity, but we think that family members can compete for those positions, and even starting with internships as teenagers and university students to really get integrated in that family business from an early age. And education. We want to see our family members educated through an education fund. And I mentioned a Firmenich University. You have so many international partnerships around the world, and this is the opportunity for family members to be ambassadors of the business and to strengthen those international relationships through internships as they grow and develop within the business. The long-term success, that longevity and sustainability depends on this ongoing family involvement. So now that we have this foundation of family involvement, we've moved from the little f, little b, into the large F, small b, because we've been protecting that family influence. And now Erica's going to explain the business side.
Thank you, Jana. So while this was a question of acquisition, we didn't really see it that way. We saw it as how are we going to work together with DRT. So our next strategy we're going to talk about is the crisis adaptation and how we're going to work together with them.
So there's two parts to this strategy. The first is we're going to talk about hand sanitizer, which you've already dipped your toe into a little bit. And then we'll talk about pivoting to a fragranced hand sanitizer line with DRT to use those synergies. We're doing that to be able to adapt to the crisis, but also keep those values of long-term growth and innovation. So in the short term, we will be producing 10 million bottles of hand sanitizer, just the regular kind. And we're doing that also for the good of the world. And then our short-term impact of the fragrance is going to be that pre-sale contract. Later in the presentation, Tian is going to go through the financials of what that will actually mean financially. So hand sanitizer will be ramped up. So we will leverage current relationships. We're a B2B company that we rely on our grocery, retail, coffee shops. Those guys also need hand sanitizer, and there's a shortage. So we will be charging €5 for 500 ml because we want this to be accessible. We have 46 factories, but we're only producing in one region right now. So we suggest that you adapt more factories to be able to keep up with the demand. You were able to increase by 5-fold your production in just one area. So we'll begin with 3 countries in the first year. Our implementation is basically to approach our partners, create those sales channels, but also we're a philanthropic company. So also you'll be donating 100 tons per year to the medical system as you've done before. The countries that we're going to change our factories in or adapt our factories are there's got to be factories there, and also high revenue and also a lot of existing B2B customers. We did it by country because of the possibility that there may be travel bans and issues with supply chain. So adapting to crisis by providing that hand sanitizer not only benefits Firmatech, but also the world. So our long-term strategy is our fragranced hand sanitizer, and that's a synergy with our partner DRT, who's been a partner for 30 years. We're projected to start our fragrance line post-pandemic. We'll be marketing towards generally a younger population. So for example, we're going to focus first on Asia and Europe. Asia, because it's a large market, we'll tailor the fragrances to those local tastes in each area. And Europe, sustainability is known for their sustainability focus, and we will be using the ingredients with this help of DRT. And by 2025, we'll be in 30 regions. And the cost of this product, it will be in smaller bottles, so you can take them on the plane, 50 milliliters for €3. So this is a sustainable solution for a long time that also fits with your values. So continued partnership to DRT is better than jumping to acquisition. So we'll do a pre-order contract. So we'll commit, or we'll ask DRT to commit to supplying enough fragrance for 65,000 tons of sanitizer in the future. And in turn, we will be able to, that should say million, 292 million, that's worth 292 million, that contract. So we can negotiate with them how much we'll pay at a time to maintain our own cash balance. We'll also adapt the product for each region. We'll be sharing throughout the pandemic our knowledge with DRT. So we'll have synergy there even before we are furthering our partnership. We will reevaluate DRT post-pandemic to make fair value for both partners and consider all alternatives. And as we mentioned before, it could be acquisition of part of DRT or a different way that you may want to work together in the future. We don't know what's going to happen. But it's in Firmatech's best interest that DRT survives the pandemic, and we know that you value your relationships. And so a crisis plan that can pivot to a sustainable business plan has now brought you back to balance.
I would like to summarize a little bit about timeline. So we would love to have the family member to the board right away in 2021. And for the hand sanitizers, we will have some production adaptation because we are moving to the new product, although you already have experience in one facility already, but we will apply that in the broader scale. And then we can have some pre-sale contract with DRT, and we start to produce and distribute the regular hand in 2021 and 2022, and from 2023, we will step into the fragrance hand sanitizer. There will be some costs related to this strategy because we also introduced 2 new board members, so we also account for around 200,000 for the 2 extra board member, as well as we also accounting for the production adaptation cost every year, and the business expenses around 100 million for the first year, and then when we scale up the business, it will up to 1 billion. There will be some revenue to be considered with the strategy. The revenue in 2021 will be around 100 million. However, with the expense, the location is spent to around 30 different markets. We anticipate that it will be increased to 2 billion in 2025, and the NBV of the project will be around 1.2 billion. Sorry for the typo. There will be some KPI to consider: the family governance, deliverables, family member involved in the business, and the revenue of the hand sanitizer line. So among the risks, we already know, we also identify different risks. There will be some low motivation for the involvement of the family members. However, we would like to have the mitigation plan by involve some legacy storytelling that can motivate the member to involve more in the business. And the second one, the board of director may resistant to the family seats because right now they have more control. However, we would like to leverage the current relationship of the family and the impact of the family member to have the better deal and compensation with them. And then finally, maybe the market, because the hand sanitizer, we already know that some market will not accept the new product. But we will have mitigation plan for that. We invest more R&D and to get to know the customer demand and adapt with it. So with all the strategy we have, we believe that with the strategy, which is delay acquisition and continue the DRT partnership and tap into the new market hand sanitizer, we believe that your company can have more control in the ownership and mobilize shareholder as well as the 2 billion revenue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The judges now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I invite the lead judge to begin the question and answer period.
Great. Thank you for your presentation and your analysis today. I want to jump on the governance question. Okay. After 125 years, we have a company here that has evolved from a family-managed business to a family-owned business with great management. And you want to turn it back and put family back in management. What's broken with the governance that you'd want to do that? Is there something not working within this company that they need to get back involved?
Thank you. That's a great question. What we've noticed is there just is that lack of involvement with your current structure, with only Patrick as the board chair and no one else. And we also see that lack of influence through just an annual shareholders meeting. And you've gone from being a first, third, now fifth generation business, and things keep evolving as your family grows. So we need more of those structures so that those family members who might have a diluted share and less of a connection to the founder really understand what's going on in the business so that those structures can work more effectively.
And we understand that it's been working so far already, but crisis makes us do crazy things. And we really think that the value of family business is the values that the family holds. And so to stay true to your legacy during this crisis, we believe that we need more family on the board.
I'd like to challenge that assumption.
Sure.
The family members, there are 80 family members in the business, all spread out. This is a well-run company, very successful. Bringing new family members onto the board that don't have crisis management experience, how do you justify that? I mean, what's a new member going to bring to the board that's not even upper management?
I think to add that to additional board members, it's not going to be a short-term thing that we do, because we do need education, because right now we don't know who is competent, and that's why we mentioned about that education. We want to involve them. So it's not going to happen right away. That's a long-term strategy that we have. And the short-term is we use that business strategy to address this crisis, because you have a team established already to operationalize during this crisis. But that's a long-term thing we're looking at. And we're not talking about, because you said they're 80, and we only want 2 more to be in the board members to really have that family influence, and then to really preserve that legacy to tell the story to the next generations. Because family business, we don't call it business family, because family comes first. So we think that's really important to have that influence. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I have another question on
Yes.
this.
Okay.
So, as I understand correctly, you say it's about the family values who needs to be strengthened. I think one of you said that,
Yes.
but they are non-negotiable. So, what is your fear? So in the text and as you presented, they say the family values are in fact non-negotiable. So
Right.
what in this situation makes you think that you need to add family? Because if it's non-negotiable, we don't negotiate.
Oh, here, the next one. The next one.
Oh gosh, confusion. Sorry.
Right. So what is it
Yeah,
non-negotiable is they want to protect that. Like, we care about the people, right? Like, as a company. So that's why right now, if we go with that acquisition, are we protecting those people? We
But
don't.
do you think that the values are under stress, that they have to be renegotiated? That
No,
you
not
want
the
to
values.
put
The values will not be negotiated. What's
But the
going?
values are independence and family ownership, and they are to be perhaps to be negotiated, renegotiated. Oh, yeah.
Do you? Yeah.
Okay, so the case talks about how those are like stakes in the ground, that you don't want to change those values.
Mhm.
And even if your values don't change, the world changes. The
Exactly.
context in which those values stand change. And values also, they're stakes in the ground, but things also adapt as there's more sustainability, ideation, and thought. So yes, we keep those stakes in the ground, but we need that adaptability so that the business can continue to adapt those values to the situations the business finds itself in.
So, at the start of your presentation, you talked about presenting to Patrick and to the non-family member CEO. So, from Patrick's perspective, the family has a 125-year history. The family initially acquired its interest in the business during the middle of World War I. It acquired full control of the business in the Great Depression in 1930. It navigated 2 world wars. And by all indications from the case, the business is very successful. I think we can agree on those facts. The company made an agreement reached an agreement in March of 2020 to buy the business. Why would it change its mind, given that it already knew that COVID was upon them? They elected to enter into an agreement. What makes you believe that the board could be convinced to undo that decision? And what is so dangerous about the board's decision that the family governance needs to change with respect to the board?
Okay, I'll address the partnership first. The acquisition first. So with the acquisition, that will totally deplete your ability to your access to your cash flow. So, and also you'd be giving up some equity. So you'd be giving up some control. It's also important to Firmatech, we know, to be a good person, like that stewardship. And anything can happen during a pandemic. So it's fair for both parties to be reassessed. They even mention in the case that there's some hesitancy about, and also some need to align interests. Like, they haven't even fully evaluated how they're going to do that docking strategy. So it's best to wait until the dust has settled.
I'm sure with the 30 years of relationship they already have, they will be able to continue working together successfully without actually acquiring them. And related to the governance, can you repeat the part about the governance? Did you want to answer?
So given that the board has at the very beginning of COVID, right, entered into an agreement to make an acquisition, one would assume that the board approved that, right? So is there something about that that's causing you so much concern that the board structure should be, changed in a material way?
Yeah, we're concerned about the family being diluted out. We do not believe that acquisition is a great strategy right now. And we believe that maybe if there was more family presence on the board, they would be making a different decision.
So let me follow up on this. So delay till when? What conditions have to be right for the company to say, now's the time?
I want to actually answer. Yes, yeah, this question first. Board of directors, we said it's not going to happen right now to add those two members. However, how are we going to convince the boards that it's not a good decision? We did have this discussion because right now supply chain is disrupted. We don't know if DRT can actually send out things because of that supply chain, right? They need to make money. So for us to spend so much cash, we need to maintain the cash flow during this uncertainty. And also we need to give away that equity. We are not comfortable, for one thing. And then the cash flow is something we're concerned during this crisis. And also the third one is that supply chain disruption. We don't know, like this business, we're investing so much money. Is it gonna survive COVID? We don't know, it's uncertain. What if it doesn't survive, but we're buying this company, we're spending so much money, there's no return back. So that's our argument. And then Erica, maybe you want to address, yeah.
Jim
Right.
had a question, so can you repeat it?
Yeah, delay till when? When is the right time?
Yeah, right. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, like delay till when? Delay until like the COVID end, and then like, at that time we will reevaluate again, like if DRT is still good for our acquisition or not. Actually, in our plan, we also have the long-term plan, which go to the fragrance sanitizer, and thus we can have a tight relationship, like close relationship with DRT. And at that time, like when you can evaluate again, like if DRT, we can acquire that. And at that time, you're already confident in your current situation with the revenue growth for that.
4 seconds.
Thank you all. At this time, we'll have a brief 5-minute break before we begin the next presentation.
Thank you so much.
It's cold on the European plate. I know, you cold. Jim Kelly. Adam.
Nice to meet you.
Adam. Hi.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Ryan.
It's nice to meet you.
Here, if you want to just come around this way.
Microphone, clicker phone.
Oh, that doesn't matter. No, nothing.
Okay, great. Welcome to the final round of the 12th Annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. And I request that all observers please be silent. Please silence all cell phones and any other devices, and please put them away. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introduction?
My name is Jim Davis. I'm a professor and the executive director of executive education at Utah State University.
I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DLC.
And I'm Jim Keller. I'm the owner of Green Mountain Business Consultants. Vermont is the Green Mountain State, but I live in Wyoming.
So my name is Mira Bloemenbeks. I'm a professor in regional innovative capacity at the Hanze University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from York University Schulich School of Business. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop. When 5 minutes are up, we will hold up the green 5-minute remaining sign, and with 1 minute up, we will hold up the yellow 1-minute remaining sign. When the 20 minutes are up, we will stand to indicate the end of your time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Once again, I will signal the 5 and 1 minute time remaining. At the end of the 10 minutes, we'll stand to indicate the end of time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. After the question and answer period, we will take a 15-minute break. The team from York University Schulich School of Business may now begin their presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining us today. My name is Peter. This is Gabati, Dana, and Ryan, and we are Compass Consultants from the Schulich School of Business. We're very passionate about helping family businesses just like yours navigate their respective challenges and find the best way forward. We have an executive summary prepared for your review, but let's dive right in. Today, we're here to discuss Firmenich. Founded over 125 years ago, your company has come a long way to become the largest manufacturer of fragrances, flavors, and ingredients in the entire world. Over 4 billion people use products that have a component made by your company. Your accomplishments don't stop there, because a real commitment to sustainability is embedded in your DNA. From world-class ratings to supporting local disease prevention, your company has shown again and again its commitment to staying true to its core values. Today, you're facing the largest acquisition in your company's history, DRT. However, the emerging COVID-19 pandemic has emerged as an unexpected complication. We're here to help you navigate the best path forward to navigate these challenges. We've identified a number of problems facing the company at the moment. From the business side, the acquisition with DRT involves a massive financial undertaking. Some of the circumstances are implying that this is a time-urgent decision as the situation is rapidly mounting with the spread of the disease across the world, and there's an uncertain market climate due to these conditions. We also recognize in terms of the family that the family legacy of independence may be at risk with this acquisition due to the full independent ownership of the company. From the family business side, we recognize that the potential loss of independence may occur if the acquisition goes through, and due to the financial constraints, you may not be able to ensure your current commitments if you overextend. Root causes, like I mentioned, are the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the biggest acquisition in your company's history. The immediate access to capital is limited, and DRT may not be able to operate in the same capacity if the pandemic mounts to the global situation. The core issue your company is facing is that unpredictability is putting the unpredictability of the acquisition, puts the existing structures and family values of your company at risk. That's why we recommend for you the DNA strategy. You should delay the acquisition until after the pandemic and focus on creating stability to best prepare for the future. The D stands for delay. Like I mentioned, you have a responsibility to other businesses and communities. If you overextend financially, you may not be able to meet those past commitments. Navigate. We recommend that you stabilize the business, stabilize the community, and stabilize relationships, rather than focusing on increasing revenue. Now is the time to stay true to all of the values you've shown over the years by trying to make sure that everyone is in the best possible situation through these uncertain times. A is acquire. Once the pandemic has ended, we should reassess the integration, capital requirement, and governance for the DRT solution. We came to this conclusion after performing significant analysis. We've looked at the current position and market conditions, the key highlights for supporting suppliers, core values and fundamentals of the business in terms of your sources of resilience, the social initiatives of Firmenich, as well as the key stakeholders. Who are the important players and why? To take you through this in more detail, I'd like to pass it off to my colleague, Ryan.
Thank you, Peter. So to start off, we wanted to look at some overall aspects of the company and how the family interact independently and with the business. From what we were able to determine, we were able to see that you are at a very ideal point with the members of your family who are active in the business as those 40 shareholders, having a high emotional capital, and overall the support for the business with the inquiry to sustainability and other aspects are really lead to a high financial performance. Both of these lead to a positive dimension on both the business and the family side. However, with the acquisition of this company, there will be a lot of changes that will be seen across governance and some of these shares from a minority ownership with DRT being acquired. And this really has the potential to change that family dimension of the matrix that we've analyzed and really focus on some of the values from that ideal position, moving away to a lower emotional capital. We also wanted to look at the overall business and a couple other factors, as Peter had mentioned, not just in their own for the market, but as well if we were to acquire DRT and how that acquisition would look out. So when looking at the business, we thought of how the different product line and the actual company that we'd be acquiring would fit into our business mix. We were able to identify that the products coming in from the company would really fit that new product development while we're still staying in the existing market, expanding out our horizons. We also were able to determine that the acquisition of DRT would really have a high financial capital, and so it might limit some of the other innovations in our company, which I will discuss later. Looking at our supply chain, this is a really pivotal point right now during the COVID pandemic. We are very unsure how it will be into the future and how long COVID will last. As we are currently in 2021, we also see the consideration of the COVID pandemic just starting, so we're still able to maintain a lot of those contracts with suppliers and with our vendors and really help support our business, but we have no idea how long this will last. If it was to go on for another 5 or 10 years, it could significantly impact our ability to provide that financial support and really make sure that our suppliers were taken care of and we're able to bounce back after the pandemic when those contracts are reinstated. We also wanted to analyze that there's about 18 strategic community partners that we really work with, and we have a strong 150,000 families that are included overall. So this really isn't just our company. It is a very large global network that we really want to make sure that we can maintain. Next, we looked at the sources of resilience. Your company has a great outline for these 5 key factors that really support the integral and making sure that the factors are continued with the fundamentals and values of the company and really can't be changed into the future. And these are the values that you've been able to grow your business on. Starting with some of the fundamental building blocks, we have customers, people, creativity, sustainability, and legacy. Just to highlight sustainability, we noted that there is a strong integration of sustainability with an embedded strategy that has been growing over the years. And now we are currently moving into more of a transformational strategy with some of our suppliers, both with vertical integration in our past acquisitions and with our financial support and partnerships. We also want to identify the innovation culture and how this might be impacted by the deal. So we noted that there's a 10% investment of annual revenue into the innovation culture, and something that we feel with the financial capital needed to acquire DRT, we might not be able to maintain. This would be a significant impact on our research in the future and with COVID impacting research centers as well. Next, looking at the sources of resilience, we wanted to highlight the long-term perspectives. So you've done a great job at having long-term goals and really being adaptable, not just with those 7 members who are currently active in the company from the family, but also in those 40 shareholders. However, when we acquire DRT, we are giving a minority stake in the acquisition. So we don't know exactly how this potential might affect that ability to be flexible and really adapt to market and family conditions in the future. Lastly, with governance, as I mentioned, introducing that minority stake would really impact our current structures, and we would have to redefine some of the values and the governance structures that have been implemented over the years and really been grown over those 125 years of operation. Lastly, with the private and traded company, we use our other competitors as a benchmark in our business decisions and in our operations. However, we are largely independently owned, and we take high value in that. With introducing this DRT acquisition, we would be giving up some of the stake, and that would change the dynamics for our independently owned actions in the future. I'd now like to pass it over to Dana to talk a little bit more about social impact and our alternatives.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. So you make a big social impact globally. You've helped so many communities, bringing fresh water resources to multiple neighborhoods, bringing sanitation to hospitals as if the need becomes much higher. And what would happen to those social impacts that you've put so much effort into if you acquired DRT? First, as Ryan kind of touched on, the commitments to existing business partners and family businesses. As a family business yourself, you understand the values of family and how many families have trusted you to incorporate them and welcome them into your family. And so you want to maintain these relationships and this relationship of trust. And so that could be at risk with the DRT acquisition if funds become a little bit spread. The DEI initiatives, closing the gender wage gap, the valuable 500 pledge for people with disabilities, and the UN LGBT signatory. An acquisition of this could lead to some of the amazing progress that you have made so far with these communities. And that could come from just a lack of resources or resources being spread again too thin. And finally, communities and ongoing sustainability initiatives. As I mentioned, the clean water and hospital sanitation, these are essentials to communities. And they rely on you, they trust you, they believe in you. And we do not want to risk that, especially going into a tumultuous time of a pandemic where it's unknown and clean drinking water and sanitation are more important than ever. So now I'm going to look at the key stakeholders, and some of you are here today. So DRT is a key stakeholder as they are considering being taken on. Yourselves, the CEO, responsible for leading the company. That's a lot of pressure, and we know that you want to do the absolute most to protect your business, family, and families globally. Chairman of board directors, your suppliers, who have so far been able to trust you with very consistent sales, even at a time when it looks like your production or your sales were going to be down and you no longer needed that excess of resources. You still supported them, which is amazing. And current partners, as I mentioned, the family and corporate businesses that you've already acquired, and finally, the supported communities. So we have come up with 4 options for you on how to move forward. The first option is to acquire DRT. The second option is not to acquire DRT. The third option is to acquire a competitor. And the fourth option is DNA, which is our solution. I'll go through each of them. But first, this is the decision criteria. When we thought about what is important to you, we thought about your company growth. You have expanded rapidly over the last 125 years. However, company growth at this time could be risky, and so we recommended it be a low priority for you in your decision making. Industry leadership, you're already a leader. You already have a winning recipe, so why not change it? We put that as a medium priority. And financial security, this is a high priority because again, we're going into a very uncertain time. Some of your operations have already been affected by COVID, and it's very unpredictable. So we want to make sure that the company is able to be financially secure so that they can keep supporting the commitments to others and sustainability initiatives that you've taken so much pride and effort in. And finally, family ownership and independence. Throughout your entire business, you have maintained family ownership, and we know that that is something you have said is non-negotiable to you. So first, acquiring DRT. Yes, you would get your company growth, and you would get the industry leadership. However, there comes some uncertainties with financial security. It can't be said what's going to happen even with normal operations during the pandemic, and so we want to make sure that we have secure financials going into this time. Family ownership is at stake here, and we know that this is a big red flag for you. It's an unknown territory, and further to that, things are going online, so that's a hard relationship to navigate. You do accomplish your sustainability goals. However, you have already been leading the way in sustainability, and the DRT is already a partner of yours that has been committed to you for over 30 years. The next option is to cancel the DRT acquisition. This does not expand your company growth, and it's uncertain if it helps with your industry leadership. We listed that because you already have leadership here, and we don't see that changing. We see how profitable you are, how many great initiatives you have. We don't see that changing. And finally, it does secure all other aspects that you were looking for. Acquiring a competitor. So again, you already have DRT as a partner for the last 30 plus years, which is amazing. So why take this risk, this huge investment, if we already have them on our side, if we already have their commitment to us? Why not acquire a competitor and go out there entirely and take up more of the market? Yes, you get your company growth, but as you can see, there's a lot of uncertainties attached with this. And that's, again, not a thing that you want going into an uncertain environment. So finally, DNA. Our strategy suggests that while the company doesn't prioritize growing right now, they secure their finances, secure their communities, ensure that everyone that relies on them can continue trusting. That includes your own family and the families that all believe in you. And it does still meet your sustainability goals because you can't pour from an empty cup at the end of the day. And so that's why it's important that we prioritize this. And then we later visit the DRT. We continue to maintain them as a partner and then later reintroduce the idea of incorporating them. I will now pass it off to my colleague Kabati to go over all of the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Dana. So Peter has talked to us about the problem before us today and why we are presenting to you, which is how you're going to navigate the pandemic and acquire DRT. You need to manage all of the uncertainty that's coming. Ryan has talked to you about all of the things that we considered in our approach to analysis. We had 6 factors there, and all of those things are how we came to the solution on the board today. And Dana just took you through all of our alternatives and a decision criteria that shows why this is the best possible solution for you as you move forward into the next phase of the company. So now I'm going to take you through the recommendation, highlight some of the risks, and show you an implementation timeline that you can use to execute this in the coming years. Okay, so the first part is delay. We are saying not to do the acquisition right now, not that you shouldn't do it at all. The reason why we're saying that you should delay is because of all of the uncertainty of the pandemic. Instead, we're asking you to navigate change. During this time in the pandemic, we want you to navigate and stabilize all of the uncertainties that are going to be coming. Then, when you're more sure of things, we move on to A, which is to do an acquisition in the future. To put this in simpler terms, you're pausing for now, making sure that you're ready, and when you are ready, you go ahead with the acquisition. But to talk about this in more detail, let's start with delay. The first thing here is that there is a future valuation problem. We don't know what DRT's value is going to be like after the pandemic. Today, they're an amazing company, but things could go sideways during the pandemic, and so we need to pause and monitor their valuation over the long term. Then we can go ahead with an acquisition. Inclusive capitalism business model is how you all operate, and it's been very successful. During a pandemic, people need these types of social initiatives. The Taste Prints, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Archipel & Co. are needed right now. You have a unique opportunity to present yourself as somebody who's not just focused on money, but actually prove your word that you care about social values. And that's where that inclusive capitalism business model comes in. Next, the sources of resilience. As Ryan already discussed, if you focus on the long-term perspective, governance, and your private ownership, you see that an acquisition right now does not satisfy any of those criteria. That's 3 out of 5 of your strong sources of resilience that have kept you a market leader for over 125 years. If 3 of those things are telling you no, you should follow it. It's been helping you for over a century. Next is to navigate. So there's 3 points here. 1, we want you to modify your business model, but only slightly. What this means is that your products are in constant use. You focus on ingredients. This is a pandemic. People are going to be buying cereal. People are going to be using the things that you're already providing. There's no need to change the formula. Just keep things going and your prices will remain stable. Next, strengthen the relationships. You have the global crisis governance, and that's been very, very useful. It's helped you to maintain your commitments to farmers, to communities, to your consumers. This is why they're going to come back to you after the pandemic. Again, because you showed you're true to your word when it comes to social value. And finally, support and empower the community. You're already doing all of these amazing things with hospitals and making sure that you're having emergency services. Continue to do those things again to prove your worth and social value. Now, there's an important thing here. Your history has shown that you're able to do this. Over the course of 125 years, you've been through world wars, you've been through previous pandemics. There's no need to panic. We trust that you have the experience needed. All you need to do now is navigate how this situation is different to the past. And finally, your acquisition. I'm going to go over these in detail a bit more, but here is your integration, capital requirements, and governance. Under integration, will you and DRT actually operate effectively? Capital requirements, how much money is needed and how can we make sure that we have that money? And then governance, you're proud about your family ownership. It's 100% family owned, don't give that up. And that's why we have the structure there on the right-hand side of the screen for you as well to see how all of those intersect. Now, what are the risks that could come out of this? The first risk is that another buyer acquires DRT while you're in the pandemic. To mitigate this, you could implement partnerships and contractual agreements. Remember, DRT has been working with you over the past 30 years. They're interested in this acquisition. There's no need to rush. Solidify your relationship with them and continue to show that you're interested in this, just making sure that you do it at the right time. And they'll see you as smart investors if you position it that way as well. Next, the economy could worsen during the pandemic. To mitigate that, stabilize the company to insulate you from external effects of the pandemic. Like I said, your products aren't things that nobody's going to be using. In fact, it's very likely that those things are going to become more of household items because more people are at home. Therefore, there's no need to worry about that. Just keep things stable as you now go ahead. If you try to change things up, you risk worsening things. And finally, the acquisition may not yield positive results. This takes me to delaying the acquisition so that you have more time to actually structure this in a way that's suitable for every member of the business. And now we have an implementation timeline. You can see 3 things here. Firstly, we do continual valuations in year 1, year 2, and year 3. Those valuations of DRT help you to stay on the ball and make sure that you're not missing what's coming by the time that you're ready to acquire. Specifically in year 2, you're also going to be looking at reviewing your capital requirements. After a year of the pandemic, do we still have enough money to make sure that we can go ahead with the sale? And in year 3, at the end of implementing all of this, you can then begin to look at whether you should execute the sale or go ahead and pursue a new company. So to summarize, you've asked us how to navigate this challenge. We've looked at some criteria in our recommendation, which is the DNA strategy, of course, alluding to this is your DNA, and saying that this actually meets the criteria that you have shown is important for you as a company. Therefore, the result is you can remain at the top of the industry and also prepare yourself for the long-term acquisition, satisfying short-term and long-term goals. To conclude, I would like to finish with this. Rely on your expertise. This isn't new for you. Do not compromise on your values. You care about the society. Just do that right now. And finally, cautiously prepare to take over the industry. Thank you very much. We'll now answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Judges will now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team, and I invite the lead judge to start the questions.
I'm playing the role of Patrick here. And obviously, I'm very disappointed in your analysis. I worked hard for this acquisition. I've got this chain of pearls idea, and let me explain that a little further. We do innovation through acquisition, okay? So we are innovating by acquiring companies. This is a big one, but look at the innovation we're getting from this company. That pine tree technology that we don't have, for example. The other thing is that it helps us with our vertical integration. Supply chain, you're right, and during COVID, it's a real challenge. But this acquisition helps us with that because we are acquiring supply chains. Would you reconsider why can't we acquire right now? We have the right terms, as my partner here on the panel will attest. We've got the right terms, don't we, Steve?
Well, I have a different approach to the same question. We want you to answer this question. By the way, I'm the deal guy. I put the deal together. Money to me is on the line. Okay, number one, I'm going to disagree with 2 statements. no need to rush. And I'm agree with another one. We have a history of can do. We can do acquisitions. This company's done a bunch of acquisitions. If I took away some of your concerns, would you reconsider? Number one, we have an agreement. It's a contract right now. Number two, the money today is very cheap. Financial markets are crashing, but money is cheap. Number three, how about a buyback on the shares? Offering a buyback so you keep control and you don't have to have dilution of equity. And number four, what about delaying the payout structure? So it's a performance-based payout if our company doesn't perform as expected. So I can overcome your objectives. Would you reconsider?
Thank you, Steve. You're right on. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so there's a lot to consider from both of your questions. I'll start with you and then you. The first part is I agree with you. This is something that you've put a lot of effort in, and it's a good initiative that will then help you all as a company due to vertical integration. But I want to put this back to you in two ways. Firstly, it's the fact that it's a good idea means that it has to be executed well. Our recommendation here today isn't saying don't do the idea, it's just not right now. And that's why if you look at our implementation timeline here again, you see in year 1, year 2, and year 3, we continue to execute the idea. We're doing continuous valuations, we're continuing to do integration and governance talks, we're executing it, just making sure we're at the right time. So I hope that answers your question. Here you have 4 things that could overcome the risks that we highlighted. If we're able to execute those things exactly in the way that you've posited them, then yes, that would change our recommendation. However, we've come up with a cautious recommendation, which is why what we've said here at the bottom of the screen, cautiously prepare to take over the industry. We're not sure that all of those 4 things that you've said will be possible, or that the 40 shareholders you have in your family will agree with all of the 4. That's why we've presented this as a pause, just to make sure that we're as cautious as possible and nobody's disappointed at the end of the day.
So, as the CEO, one day in my own company, maybe they'll let me be the CEO. But as the CEO, I've watched a key supplier take on not 1, but 2. Right? They went from family business to taking on 2 financial sponsor investors who entered into a negotiation with me and made a deal. Now we have the pandemic upon us. Right? Explain to me why the better idea to deal with the uncertainty of the supply chain, which you reference as a key reason to delay, isn't to go forward and control my supply chain, because I'm now dealing with different characters on the ownership than I did before they sold out. So if it was still the family, I might agree with you. But given that they're now financial sponsors owning a key part of my supply chain, isn't the less risky thing in an uncertain time to seek to control that?
You make a really good point. What I will bring up, though, is that DRT is not entirely the supplier because they also have people that supply to them. You would not control the full supply chain if you acquire DRT. In fact, if you acquire them now, in the midst of a global pandemic, you now have to deal with an entirely new group of suppliers, which could complicate your supply chain, which may, like I mentioned, be complicated with the pandemic.
You want? No, go ahead. So I am a board member, and I'm telling you that I'm a family board member. Okay, so I'm disappointed as well because I think I'm proud of being a member of the family because we show entrepreneurship, and we've shown that over the years. And you know, every deal has got its risks. But we know the risks, and history has shown us that we are very good at taking risks in very uncertain periods. So I'm disappointed that we go for the safe option now. So in terms of my, you know, family identity, I don't feel it's the right decision. So how could you convince me from the value point of view that it is a good decision?
Sure. So we understand that entrepreneurs get to where they get to because they're ambitious. It's an ambitious spirit, it's an entrepreneurial spirit. However, this risk is unlike one that you have seen in your lifetime. The last pandemic we had was quite a while ago. And so this pandemic, we're not sure what's going to happen. It is unlike a regular risky business decision. It's not the usual risks of what's going to happen on the other side of the company per se, but what's going to happen globally, what's going to happen worldwide. Like the toilet paper supply is already running out. So, we don't know what's going to happen next. And that risk is far greater than any risk that we could have anticipated. And playing it safe, although I know that it may seem stagnant almost, however, we want to secure what we have. And part of those values is not just your families, but everyone else's families. And they have been able to rely on you. And it has been a point of comfort for them through this difficult time.
Yeah, but I want to, I'm not agreeing, because during the war, we also made these kind of decisions and we didn't know what was going to happen. So, I think we are fairly good as a family to make those decisions in uncertain times. But coming back on the social impact of we are a business first family. Do you think it is that we need to put this much emphasis on social impact at this moment in time?
Yes, actually, we would put forward that there's no time better than to focus on social impact, because all of these things, all of the world is changing right now, and we don't know what's going to happen. There are so many communities that already rely on you for fresh water, for sanitation. Sanitation is going to become bigger than ever. The first thing people go for is sanitation. That social impact, people are going to be looking to see what big companies like your own does in situations like this. There's capitalism, and then there's the capitalism that you have, which is far more invitational and has values. And at the end of the day, so with social media, with people having their opinions, news articles, you're going to come out on top as a brand that is trusted, a brand that genuinely cares, and a brand that can be counted on in these situations. And that's something that's definitely not invaluable.
So in the last decade, we've done 11 M&A deals. Granted, they were smaller, but isn't a mitigant to the risks that you're describing the fact that the company has active muscle memory of how to do M&A and how to do integration? And on top of that, we're not buying a company we know nothing about. We're proposing to go forward and buy a company that we have a 30-year relationship with. Don't those things mitigate some of the concerns that you're very, very, committed to?
So you highlighted some really good points there. And we wanted to really identify the fact that DRT is also another family-owned business. So while, yes, you have been working in a partnership, that's not the totality of the business. And there can be different values which still need to be integrated. While M&A, you and your company has a strong ability to acquire other companies, they've generally been at smaller scales and not at the same structure as we currently have now. On top of that, we also have cultural values, which is a high risk for failure in acquisitions, and as well integrating people in a pandemic when there's lockdowns going on and when people might not be able to be in the office, or those key members might be looking at different opportunities in different locations for leaving the country. So we really think that is a key point of why it won't be able to continue now.
Real quick, I have 30 seconds. What are the risks of not taking the deal right now?
So the main risk of not taking the deal now is that you would lose that company to someone else. However, there are other competitors in the market which we feel would be able to meet those goals. And having that financial capital now, knowing that you'd be able to get a true value for the company, you're able to take those decisions and take those risks in the future with a better business deal, which you've grown your company on, again, for 125 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take a 15-minute break before the next presentation begins.
You good in the courtroom. Then another.
And I was like, yeah, the ball breaks.
actually wait.
Yes. It's Swiss francs. It's Swiss francs, right? It's CHF. It's almost dollar to dollar. Meet you, Adam. Adam. Two Jims. Yeah. Adam. Nice to meet you. Adam, like you.
Okay, are you guys all set? Okay, perfect. Welcome to the final round of the 12th Annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. And our request to all observers, please be silent. Please silence and put away all cell phones and any other devices. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introduction?
Hi, I'm Jim Davis. I am a professor and the Executive Director of Executive Education for Utah State University.
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of DLC.
And I'm Jim Keller, and I'm the president owner of Green Mountain Business Consultants, and I live in. I had them earlier. Wyoming.
So my name is Mira Bloemenbecks. I'm a professor at the Hans University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from Heilbronn University. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop, and with 5 minutes remaining, we will hold up the green 5-minute remaining sign, and with 1 minute remaining, we will hold up the yellow 1 minute remaining sign. When the 20 minutes are up, we will stand to indicate the end of your time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Once again, we will signal 5 and 1 minute time remaining. At the end of 10 minutes, we will stand to indicate the end of your time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. After the question and answer period, there will be a short 5-minute intermission before the next presentation. The team from Heilbronn University may now start their presentation.
A crisis can disrupt or even collapse existing structures and plans. And I think we all remember the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember, for example, walking through the warehouse of my family business. There were no workers, no machine sounds, everything was standing still for a moment. And I think in such situations, it is normal to rethink the future of plans and to think about what is needed right away. And now we will have a look on how we can assist you to combine the interests of your family and your business, and the interests of your family and your business, and to strike a balance between the short term and the long term. We are Next Gen Germany, here to make sure that you. Oh, sorry. We're Next Gen Germany, here to make sure that you overcome this crisis without having to make huge compromises. We are here with Charlotte, who is our family and analysis expert, Jakob, who is our finance and business expert, and as well as Jonas, who is our controlling and finance expert. I myself, Nora, am the family business expert. So for the agenda today, we have a lot to cover, 7 points, and I will kick you off with why we are here. So we highlighted 3 key issues here. The first one is securing future family ownership, as well as the misfit of short-term governance and unclear time frame and funding of the acquisition, of the possible acquisition, let's say. So the solution part, this would include selling part of the share with a buyback option, as well as a short-term adjustment in governance and the purpose, and also we would have to delay the acquisition. By this, we would be ensuring the family legacy, overcoming the COVID crisis on its own, and also increasing the legacy. So let's have Charlotte look at the analysis. Thank you very much. So we understand, of course, that you know your company by heart. But to give you our best recommendations, we concluded a customized analysis, to get to the root causes of the key issues. So we will start with the family dimension. So we have your fundamentals, your 5 building blocks, so customers, people, creativity, and sustainability. And we wanted to analyze what if the fundamentals will put at risk with the acquisition. So they are non-negotiable, and we identified then that the legacy could be at risk maybe. To get to our next dimension, here we have your sources of resilience. So we have your governance, the financial prudence, long-term thinking, and the business and owner's need balance. So we have 4 immovable pillars, and we will take the question here with us, is there a need to refocus the sources of resilience in the future? So now our last dimension, we have looked at your core strengths of your business, and with the acquisition, the future business focus. So we could increase the vertical integration and innovation, and to become the industry leader in renewable, biodegradable, and sustainable ingredients. And we will take with us the required future steps with the acquisition. So we had a further addition of ingredient sourcing. To sum up with the key issues and we got to the root causes. So we have the key issue of securing future family ownership. And here we identify the root cause to have an unclear funding of the acquisition. The family business, we have the misfit of short-term governance with the root cause of missing short-term thinking, with also thinking only in decades. And the last one, to have the unclear time frame and funding of the acquisition, and we identified the root cause, the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Jakob, you want to kick us off with our recommendations?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Charlotte, for this important analysis, which will help us now to take a closer look on what you as a company, but also as a family, could do in the future. Now, in this chapter, I want to focus on the 2 main questions. Of course, we want to answer all your questions, which will be done in the implementation part, but we have to first clarify the 2 key options here. Will we try to become the industry leader by
acquiring the DRT, or do we try to focus on our core business and stay away from acquiring this company right now and also in the future? So to identify the most suitable and most promising option, we use the decision matrix with both family and business criteria. One of the two criteria I want to highlight specifically is, of course, the low risk of failure. As we can see, acquiring a new company is always more risky than focusing on the core business. But the second criteria I want to mention here is future growth. If you don't acquire new companies and let's say, try to focus on future growth while not ignoring the core business, of course, the future growth while acquiring a new company is much bigger. Now, at the end, according to all these criteria, our decision matrix tells us that becoming the industry leader while acquiring DRT is the option we want to go with today. Now, the second question I want to answer here straight away is, do we buy the company tomorrow, or we have to be patient and buy the company in the future? Again, we have a decision matrix, and as you can see here, a lot of criteria are rated the same because future growth and business success is not that dependent on the buying today or a year later. But the risk of failure during these times of crisis is by far different. We can see that the risk of failure while buying tomorrow is a lot higher, and in this case rated higher because it's lower to be patient. So we decided to go with our decision matrix and be patient and acquiring the company in the future. And of course, we want to cover it in the implementation part when exactly this will happen and why. So before we start going to the implementation part, let me clearly state you our recommendations. We need to sell family shares, but not to every condition. We need a buyback clause. In the family business dimension, we need to implement some sort of short-term governance to balance short and long-term vision. And as I said before, we want to be patient and delay the acquisition, but we want to acquire the company. So let's start with our implementation.
Thank you so much, Jakob. So your legacy, our solution. We need to make sure that your goals are aligned with the future and the presence as well within these hard times. So in the family dimension, we looked at the 5 pillars earlier, and we already said the legacy might be at risk if we were to sell, buy the company DRT. So to make sure that the legacy is not at stake, we would implement a constitution, we would add to the constitution, to the existing constitution, and with these 2 points, with a share of buying shares of maximum, selling shares of 20% at the maximum. So, and as well as a buyback option with interest and no voting power. So the goal would be that the shares can be bought back and the legacy would never be at risk. So let's have a look at the ownership structure, what that would look like. Right now, everything 100% is in the Firmenich family, and after selling some shares, which again, only maximum of 20%, never more, would be of external shareholders. Here you go.
Thank you so much, Nora. I want to take a close look on what you as a family business can do in the future. In our analysis, we already discovered that you have 4 big blocks of resilience that also build Firmenich's DNA. Our implementation now, the recommendation we have for you is that you keep the long-term thinking and also the business and owners needs balance, because these are 2 blocks that are negotiable. They stand for them alone. Now we saw with the COVID crisis, which introduced new customer behaviors, unclear future, and also, a bit unclear results, that you have to put in the short-term thinking as well, because you need to be able to diverge your decisions and not only look at the long-term part, but also implementing the short-term thinking part. Therefore, we want to introduce this 5th pillar there. The governance part and the financial prudence is something we want to adapt also according to the need for changes because of the COVID pandemic. How are we going to do this exactly? We want to recommend you to introduce a fund that acts as a safety fund for future crises. You need the funding for, you need a fund to be able to have a crisis committee, which we will introduce later on. Also, the funding would be there for a early warning system to be able to recognize new crises in the future before they even come up. Therefore, we need a starting capital of about 50 million euro, and we would put 2% of the yearly revenue of the company in there to be safe there and have a stable fund to build up on. As I said, we also recommend you to introduce a crisis committee that will have quarterly meetings and implement this yearly warning system I already talked about, and again looking at future crises and preventing unsure results there. This crisis committee then will also account for an investment stop that comes due to the crisis in the year 2021. Looking at the business dimension to dive more deeper into the issues of the acquisition, we already stated that we have planned a delayed start for you. So we won't be starting tomorrow with the acquisition, but we want to be patient. We calculated a minimum 1 year of crisis management because of the COVID crisis. And as we said, the crisis committee would implement a clear investment stop for 2021 in order to be able to settle down and overcome the crisis and not putting new risks into the company with acquiring another company there. We want to rely on your resilient supply chain that has been there for about 125 years, and you as a company already went through a lot of crisis situations, and your supply chain really stayed resilient there. For the planned buy-in, we want to implement the buy-in according to your current procedure for mergers and acquisitions. So we have the usual docking strategy you already implemented greatly, and your 3L mindset. Also, what we could achieve with the delayed start of the investment is that there's a potential lower acquisition price because of the crisis. Looking at the acquisition price, we planned 750 million for the overall price, and we saw that you cannot afford this right away. So we need to divide it in 2 blocks there. So the first 500 million would be the direct payment of your company. We'll also see in the financials later why we can put this block there. And the rest of the 250 million of the value will be done by shares with 2-sided buyback options. To summarize, we looked at the house you build up again, and we saw that we added with our implementation further part of the family constitution, which really is the base for your house and keeps everything stable and in place. Also, we introduced family as well as business measures. For the family side, we had the family assembly where you come together and discuss crisis matters, which will be topped by the emergency committee that will have the warning system in place and also guide you through the crisis. And on top, we want to introduce the emergency fund that has a stable capital to be able to manage this and future crises. Jakob now will take you through the numbers and tell you what you exactly need to await in terms of finance and investment.
Thank you, Jonas. So let me guide you through our finance plan. We've heard about the acquisition and about the buy price. So let's first take a closer look on what you've done till today. The revenue and your data is great, but a crisis can change that. We've seen that the COVID start hasn't hit you as much as expected because you're resilient and you have a big foundation to build on. But for the future, you never know. So this is why we're looking in the future. Basically, we're here, as it's stated today. In 2021, there's still a crisis. If the crisis is over, the crisis committee thinks the danger is over, let me put it like this, we can start in 2022 with the merger and acquisition. So 500 million euros will be based on our profit calculation here. Almost, we are still profitable in this year, but we won't make a loss. Now adding the next company will gain future revenue and also future profits. This is basically be done by adding the yearly profit of the company we're going to buy from about 550 million, I guess, to about 1.6 billion euros in profit in the future. Let me state that 2022 is an average case scenario. The crisis can hold on longer, but these are the future revenue and profit data you can expect. So let us come to the timetable and talk about the implementation a little bit more in the time frame.
Thank you so much, Jakob. Now, I'm sure you want to know when you need to implement which measures and who has the responsibility for it. Again, looking at our 3 dimensions, we have the family dimension, the family business dimension, and the business dimension. The first steps for the family dimension would be to do a shareholder meeting. So you would gather all family shareholders and discuss the current situation. Right away after that, we recommend you to implement the family constitution. Again, all family members share the responsibility here. In terms of family business matters, you could introduce the crisis committee right away, because this would be an important step to do right away to be ordered to manage the further crisis. After the introduction of the committee, you could implement the fund that will stay in place for the next few years of crisis, and here we have the board of directors in place for it. For the last dimension, the business dimension, we clearly introduce or clearly recommend you to delay the DRT acquisition, because as we already said, it is more risky to do it in terms of crisis now, but we would delay it and put it after the crisis. Also, you could implement the investment stop in 2022, which would help you also to come through the crisis. And then the actual acquisition, we would plan for the earliest date of 2023. As you all know, such projects never come without any risks. And what you need to be aware of and how we plan to mitigate risks, Nora will tell you now.
Thank you so much, Jonas. So let's have a quick look at the most important risks here. In the business dimension, we found that the biggest risk would be that there would be no acceptance of the buyback clause, that it wouldn't be enough for the family members to give off their shares. The mitigation here would be to sell shares to external potential buyers, as well as the important risk of that. I'm sorry, I mixed them up. The first one is the no acceptance of the buyback clause, and the second one is no member wants to sell the shares. And for that, the mitigation would be that we would either have to go with a loan instead, or search for a partner that would collaborate for the acquisition. And for the buyback clause, we would sell the shares to external potential buyers. So let's summarize. Solutions that are rooted in trust. We found that we need to be securing the future family ownership. We would be doing that by selling part of the shares with a buyback option, and therefore we would be ensuring your family legacy. There was also a misfit of the short-term governance, which we solved by introducing a short-term governance plan, as well as adjusting the purpose for this short-term problematic period of time. The impact of that would be that we would be overcoming the COVID crisis, as well as we had an unclear time frame of the funding of the acquisition. We would be delaying the acquisition and therefore increasing your legacy.
So, our way to ensure your short-term success with a long-term perspective will include that you preserve your 5 fundamentals, you will strengthen your source of resilience, and you will have a clear path for your acquisition of DRT. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges will now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team, and I invite the lead judge to start the questions.
Great, thank you. I want to challenge your assessment of the risk of this deal. Okay, they've been working with this company for 30 years. It is a related diversification for them, so they know the company. They know it is in their industry. If it was unrelated diversification, I agree. It would be a lot of risk. But this is a company they've worked with for 30 years. They've also negotiated an agreement with them. They've signed a contract, and it's based on debt, not on shares. It's based on debt, that they can buy back that debt. Can you support the risks of this deal a little bit more? Can you talk about the risks you see in this deal, that why it's walk away right now?
So that's actually a great question. And the risk coming with this deal is not based on the relationship with the company and not based on our missing trust to the company. It's more based on the external factors, because the COVID crisis until today haven't hit us too hard in terms of financials. But what if this happens in the next year? In the year we are planning to acquire this deal, we have to do the acquisition in the right way. So there are steps needed. We need to implement all the new employees and the structure. We can learn a lot from the new company, and we want to buy it, but not in terms of crisis, when we have a lot of crisis management going on. And since you've already mentioned there is a long-term relationship, we of course can speak to each other and say, let's make the deal in 1 year. We still do business in this year, but the acquisition will be delayed. So,
if I may add, as well as you have so many customers and so many people that that you've been loyal to. So we are sure that you want to make sure that you are able to stay loyal to them. You continue to buy flowers, even though it's not in the plan right now to produce more other new perfume. So we need to make sure that you'll be able to make that happen as well until you make that investment. And if that would be at risk as well if you would make that investment right now. So you need to look at the big picture here.
Maybe to summarize, we want to take the crisis and look at your reliable and resilient structure in your company to overcome the crisis. And as Jakob already said, when we've overcome it, we can look at the next steps with the acquirement of DRT. Sorry.
No, it's totally fine. So is it possible there's a scenario where the less risky thing is actually to go through with the acquisition now? So this is a company we've had a 30-year partnership with. All of a sudden, in the last few years, they have all these financial sponsor, partial owners. It's not only owned by the family anymore. In a world where there's uncertainty around supply chain, which you mentioned, wouldn't going forward and controlling our own supply chain more be less risky rather than more risky?
So in our analysis, that's also a great point, and we discussed it internally a lot. It's basically that we think that the long-term thinking could be hurtful sometimes. And there is a lot of short-term governance we need to implement right now for this crisis, but also for future crises, because we live in a generation where climate change and all the other stuff come fast. And of course, the supply chain is important, but the internal structure, like the governance and the crisis committee, needs to be implemented first, and this cannot be done by the acquisition. So basically, this is the reason for.
I'm going to switch subjects a little bit here. I'm not sure I understand your logic to sell additional shares, especially outside the company at this time, because our financial condition is very strong. Your assumptions, which I agree with, is there was a flattening for a year, not a decline. Things aren't falling apart. Short-term crisis, yes, but why do we want to sell and dilute ownership now when we're not in the need for cash?
So Yeah.
Go ahead.
So that's a good question. And in the discussion with you as a company, we heard that it's not possible to pay the 750 million cash right now, and we are not willing to give away the ownership. For we implemented a future scenario. If we need cash, we have this 20% max share we can give out, and this is the first time we're doing that, because in the times of crisis, we don't know the revenue of next year. So basically, we won't risk it, and we try to buy back the shares as soon as possible if we can. And if they don't accept our buyback clause, for example, to be able in better times after the acquisition to pay the shares back, so it's fully family owned again, we search for another partner to buy the shares with this buyback clause. Even if if you have to pay extra, it's to mitigate the risk somehow.
So
Just to make sure
I gotta
that it's
follow up here.
understood, there's we would be selling the shares once we want to buy the company if we're not able to pay at that time. So it's not, we don't want to sell the shares now. We want to sell the shares if it's necessary at that time of the acquisition in the future.
But would your answer be different if I were to say your price of 750 million is twice what you're going to pay? That's 2 times sales. Companies don't even sell for 1 times sales. The price is closer to 300 million euros, not 750. Is your answer different if the number is that much smaller?
So let me rephrase that. If the price we can buy the company is smaller, so we can afford it, if we would buy it without selling shares, for example, of course, yes. 100%.
Okay, I would like to talk about the governance structure that you're proposing. It's the house thing that you have. Yes, well, with the committees. Oh, good.
Sorry.
So, if I understand correctly, you say we need to, due to the crisis, we need to implement an emergency fund and an emergency committee, and we have to step up with the family governance. So my question is, who will be in the emergency committee? Why doesn't the board take on that job? Because they are for the short-term thinking as well. And what is the job of the why would you have a family assembly? For what reason?
Bless you.
So first emergency committee,
Starting
why
with the
and who is we in it?
emergency committee, it's basically the board of directors has to focus on the core business. But we do think that they are lacking some kind of short-term thinking, especially when we're thinking about the next 10 years where crisis will occur more often. So basically there are people similar to the board of directors, but with a more focus on the emergency and the crisis. So basically they're advising the board of directors
Advising, okay.
but
So
they're
who-
not the same people.
Who, for example, will be in it then?
People from our company that played a huge role in the last year. So we need to find the people first, of course.
Okay. So and then the family assembly. We've got a system in place. Why do you think a family assembly has to be added at that moment in time?
So we thought about the family assembly to add as a place where the family is more integrated for the future as well, to have a broader committee or the family assembly that in the future maybe we are come to the agreement to sell more shares, that we have a place that the family is, because the family is really large in the moment, that's the place that where the family comes together and discuss important factors. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. No, the one with the short-term thinking crisis committee.
Yeah, it's different. You have to.
Okay, I got it. Oh, right there. Tell me how a crisis committee in a situation where we're in COVID would meet quarterly. That's every 3 months.
So basically that you got the wrong impression. That's not in a crisis. That's based on a time where there is no crisis. They still have to meet. So basically in times of COVID, they will meet almost daily and work daily. but this is implemented for the long run. So basically, yeah.
Just super fast. Would your recommendation change if the profit you assumed a 20% profit margin? Let's say the profit margins were 40% in this company. Would your recommendation change?
So recommending to acquire the company.
Yes.
We always want to acquire the company, and if we are able to buy it today with a bigger profit margin, we would buy it today.
Yeah, maybe to add again, if we could buy it today, it would also help us to come through the crisis, because I think that also touched by your earlier question, we could control our own supply chain then, but as we saw in the financials.
But not for every financial risk. Yeah. So if the financials are right, we would do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will break for 5 minutes to prepare for the next presentation.
without speaking directly into it. So it's just for the live stream. It's not going to project your face in the room. So it's just for the visual people on the live stream. So don't worry about directly speaking into it. Don't focus on maybe the judges are happy to shake your hand too. And if you decide to speak down for this lens and you start to do, just watch out to the left. There's a field over here. It's pretty obvious. I just want to show it very far up. And feel free to use just go about 2 or 3 more times to make sure it's known. Remember to stop. Yeah.
Okay, you're just want to ask a question. Oh,
Nice to meet you too. Tiffany, how do you do? Hi, Jim. Hi, Tiffany. I'm Jim. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany.
Hi.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sure. Yeah, just yeah. I should spell it.
Okay, you guys all set? Perfect. Welcome to the final round of the 12th Annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I now request that all observers please be silent. Please silence and put away all cell phones and any other devices. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to please introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introduction?
I'm Jim Davis. I'm a professor from Utah State University.
Hi, I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DLC.
I'm Jim Keller. I'm the owner and operator of Green Mountain Business Consultants in Wyoming.
My name is Mireille Bloemenbecks, and I'm a professor at the Hanze University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the team from National Taiwan University. The team will have 20 minutes to present. The remaining time will be displayed on this laptop. With 5 minutes remaining, we will hold up the green 5-minute remaining sign, and with 1 minute remaining, we will hold up the yellow 1 minute remaining sign. When 20 minutes are up, we will stand to indicate the end of your time. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. Once again, we will signal 5 and 1 minute time remaining. At the end of 10 minutes, we'll stand to indicate the end of your time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. After the question and answer period, we ask all judges to please leave the room. The team from National Taiwan University may now begin your presentation.
So, hello, Patrick, Gilbert, and distinguished board members. We are Excel Plus Consulting Group. I'm Tiffany. This is Kajarina, Lily, and Eric. Thank you so much for your time today. We understand that you guys are facing a very important decision in the company now. So we have done some detailed analysis, as you can see from our agenda today, which is quite jam-packed. Hopefully we can keep you guys awake during this time. So right now, the world is facing a completely new situation. Firmenich, your company, has been so successful in its growth strategy and governance strategy, but with a local pandemic on the rise, unfortunately, uncertainties lay ahead for everyone, pretty much. So right now we are at a crossroads. DRT is such a great company. We've worked with them for so long. They would do very well as a vertical integration into your company. But with the uncertainty of COVID, the answer is when and how should we do this acquisition? So our goal today with our proposal is short term, we want to keep your company stable during these uncertain times. And long term, we want to plan ahead for growth and sustainability without compromising your values. So let's see how we can juggle the short and long term to set sail together. So today, this is a roadmap of what we will be going through. We have identified key issues in 3 different areas. In terms of family issues, with the integration of DRT, how well will their family values integrate into your family? In terms of family business, because your governance is already so successful, so how well will DRT's family governance and their structure integrate into your current governance structure? And in terms of business, because of COVID and the global pandemic happening all around the world, how will this current world situation affect both our businesses? So we've done some analysis in this area. We see that your company's emotional bonding is very strong right now. Leadership is also flexibly enmeshed. So with the addition of DRT, how will their family values and mindset integrate into Firmenich? In terms of 3-circle analysis, Gilbert, you're running the company right now. Patrick and the rest of the board members and the family members are still very active. So how well will DRT's family integrate into this existing governance currently? And lastly, in terms of business issue, Firmenich's continued success relies on being continuously innovative. So we're adapting to different progressive innovations right now, and we're constantly looking for new strategies in this area. However, with COVID, we see a lot of issues, impacts that can be negative. For example, there are lockdowns and international travel bans that are happening due to COVID. In terms of environment, we don't know how long COVID will last and also its short-term and long-term impacts. For society, we're going to see a lot of healthcare crises that are putting a strain on society's current resources. And in terms of technology, it could be positive. We could see a digitalization era, but how does that affect our company? That's also a little uncertain right now. So the biggest question in terms of business issues is how much will the current world situation affect both your company and also DRT in the future?
So after all this analysis, we actually come out with a few options for your M&A decisions, which is, here is the issues. And then after the business options, so we have this either buy now or buy later or buy partially in phases, or we just give up the M&A. Yeah, so we have this analysis, which is the impacts of the options in terms of short terms and long terms from three axes, which is the family axis, the family business perspective, and the business perspective itself. So here is, and after all this analysis, we actually have this conclusions, which is we found that buy partially and in phases is actually the best options for this moment, as just now mentioned that we don't really know when COVID will end. So here is the solution summary that we coming out because of all these options. They might still have some issues there, and then so we have all the solutions, which is either for family in family perspective, we will want to have this inter-family retreats, and also the ESG reviews includes the combinations of both companies. And also we will have this adjustment of board of directors and establish a new committees inclusive of top management for both companies. And then for in terms of business, we will have this phases purchase and also adjusted deal structures to DRT. And here, with all the solutions, we want to have this impact that to ensure the long-term growth in terms of business and also maintain the financial stability of the company itself. Of course, we want to ensure the continuous partnership with DRT, so with the integrations of both families' values. And lastly, we still want to protect your benefits.
Patrick. Hi, Patrick. We know that you, especially even seems like a business MMA case, right? But we do know that you all truly care about your family members because you have more than 40 families right now. So we prepare a comprehensive communication plan to you and ensure that the family harmony among your families. So the first thing, the communication plan, we put 3W. First is why we need to do the acquisition now, and also when we do the acquisition. And last is how we do the acquisition. The first thing is why. Before, during our analysis and also our options, maybe you will see that there's some higher risk or epidemic. Seems like the revenue will be impacted, the shareholder will be impacted, but we also see the potential inside. The first thing is we want to foresee the global supply chain actually is disrupting during the COVID, right? And now we also want to conduct our vertical integration right now. And also we see that DRT current deal price might be attractive. So we think that we will have this kind of reason to convince our families. When? Because now we already at the initial due diligence phase. So, and we suggest to continue in the business contract, discussing more about how and when and what's the conditions in our contract. So for how, the step one, of course, is that we share the plan during our family shareholder meeting. And step two, we need to get alignment between members. We know you truly respect members' views. Step three is we conduct a plan. This is for our original families. And next is the communication plan to new family. Of course, DRT is going to join us, so our new communication plan should include DRT families. So the first thing, we know that you have the yearly family retreat with your original families. So we will think that we also want to bond DRT together between feminist and also DRT. Next is we know you really put the ESG value into your companies. So we think that we will do the yearly ESG review include DRT to ensure that we are all on the same page. Next is the solution for family business issue. Yeah, the first thing is that we know that original board structure is that we have 4 family members and also 5 managers. And then now we suggest that we do some adjustment to include that 1 DRT member into our board committee. The next is for management team. So we also want to establish a new committee, include DRT's executive manager. The solution for business plan, that we all know that everyone's curious about how to process our MMA strategy. So the first phase, due to the travel ban among the countries, so we think that it's really hard to do the face-to-face communications. So we all see that actually DRT, they have factories in China, in India, in US, and also in Europe. So, but we suggest that because we are more familiar with the area in Europe. So we suggest to buy the 4 production facilities in France first. And then we will sign the exclusive sourcing contracts with rest of the production facilities, and especially DRT's R&D team. I would just want to specialize these things because in our PEST analysis, we also noticed that actually during the epidemic that the technology is growing so fast. So we want to ensure that if they have some new technology, we will have the priority to share with us. Second phase is post-COVID. Later, we will explain more in our implementation plan that how we do the review. So for the second phase is that we will do the performance review, strategy review to see that if it's good to process our and to ongoing that to buy more and negotiate with DRT, or should we stop, or how's our strategy later? And so for the deal structure, that we think that we will pay the 30%, because we still want to benefit both parts, not only ourselves but also DRT. So we suggest that we pay 30% payment first at the current price, and with increase to 70% payment of 1.5 equal value post-COVID, which is also can ensure our current financial cash flow. And also we will make DRT to consider us, our MMA conditions more. So, and then now, so we want, this is our solutions for business issue. Next is our implementation plan, and Eric will do more introduction to you.
All right, so I really understand that, Patrick, board of directors, you have invested a lot of time, blood, and tear into this company, and we understand how important it is for you. So we have considered a very careful plan. We actually been through a lot of debate in the past hour to ensure that our plan is the most optimal, and there is no and we reduce the risks as lowest as possible. So here is our implementation plan. We will divide into 3 phases. The first one is about the first phase from 3 to 6 months, the very beginning. And the second is 6 months to 3 years. And the last phase is 3 years plus. So the first step we will take is to share the plan with the family during the family shareholder meeting. And this will happen soon because we need to get everyone on board. We need to set sail so that we can go to the same direction together in the very first phase. As a next step is to negotiate with DRT. We believe that this will take around 1 year because for sure they cannot agree right away with this condition. They expect us to buy them all and they get all the money. And we still need to consider that whether they want to join the board of director or not, or they want to have a better deal. So that's why we let the negotiation time to be around 1 year to ensure the safety of it. And the last step is to make adjustment to board committee and management team. This will be done after the negotiation, and the time will be around 1.5 year to 3 years later on. And the next step is to include DRT into family shareholder meeting and implement yearly ESG review with the DRT company as well. So this will be done in the second and the third phase. And lastly, we cannot forget to conduct regular review on the business performance. This is very important in order to maintain the business success and consider whether we should move to the second phase of buying the rest of the DRT company. So we have also think of some risks and the mitigation plan as well, because we believe that there's no perfect plan. There's always some issues, some risks that can happen. So that's why we try to foresee some risks here and ensure that we have a proper mitigation plan for you guys. So the first potential risks that we have identified is a disagreement between some family members toward the M&A, for sure, because they have 40 stakeholders, right? So it's so hard to get everyone on the same page at the moment, right now. So it takes time for them to think, to consider their interests, their benefits. And for sure, the impact will be medium and the likelihood is medium. However, we have considered how to solve it and how to face it since the beginning when we received the case. We think that the first phase of the deal, which we only buy the French factories, the 4 French factories, this will not affect the shareholder benefit directly because the family has been to 12 merger and acquisition case before. Like this, your company actually acquired 12 companies before, right? So that's why it's understandable for this family member to welcome the 13 member. And this 13 member is not too big. Like the beginning, it was so huge, but we reduce the size to make it acceptable for every family member so that we can have some additional time to iron out the conflict. Hence, the risk has become low to this case. And the second risk, we have identified the DRT company. They may disagree with a partial buy offer for sure. They need to consider the best benefit for themselves first, right? So the impact is very high. It will affect us strongly, and the likelihood also high as well. However, with our excellent consulting members, they with me have debated a lot to come up with a proposal that include long-term benefits for DRT and also stability for them during the COVID time, because COVID is bring pros and cons. Like it makes the business face a lot of difficulties, but at the same time, for some company like you guys, you stand a bigger side of negotiating with them because you can help them to manage the stability during this difficult time. Hence, the risk has become low in this case. And the last risk we foresee in the board of directors, the current 9 members, they disagree to add in extra seat for DRT because for sure they foresee that, oh, my seat is going to be smaller in this case. So the impact is medium, the likelihood is medium. However, we will propose a fallback to increase the number of board seats for other family members who want to join this board as well. Hence, the risk has become low in this case. So, in conclusion, we believe that with our proposal, we have helped your family to establish an inter-family bonding and ensure that Feminist and DRT value can integrate successfully to protect the for good national value that you guys have been keeping for the past 125 years. And the second conclusion, we have to minimize the loss of financial independence for shareholder to partial acquisition in the phases. Because the big acquisition is too much, it can impose a very high risk for the company. So we have reduced it, but still ensure the M&A can happen. And lastly, we have to decrease the business risk during time of uncertainty because of COVID, while protect Feminist long-term business expansion plan. So with our proposal, we believe that we can help your family to sustain, to grow, and to reach a successful M&A deal. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Judges will now have time to ask questions of the presenting team. I invite the lead judge to begin the question and answer period.
Thank you. I love to play the role of Patrick. Thank you. Get ready. You know, I know the CEO of DRT. He's not going to want to divide up his company. It's all or nothing. And boy, we've been working with them for so many years on this deal. And we finally have signed a contract. We have an agreement. I understand your analysis and I understand you wanting to manage risks. What would it take? What kind of a deal would you structure? What demands should I make so that we can get this deal done and buy the whole company right now?
Wait a minute.
That's fine.
Actually, we put all the information here, and then that we buying during COVID. Actually, partially and buy during COVID. It's the last 2 decision that we debate. But we all see that when epidemic happened, that it's like, oh my God, what's going on, even though maybe tomorrow I'm going to die. That's the same. I just feel that during COVID. So we think that between these two, we try to find because we know that actually the supply chain just just didn't work at this time. The globalization things ended during COVID. So we found out that okay, if we buy the whole world factory and then it's divided in different areas, so it might be a hard time that we already have a hard time to communicate with our employees, our managers, and then we are now going to buy a big company to integrate together. So that might cause more risk, we think, but maybe already an issue. So that's why we think out maybe we should, because we know that your company want to do the vertical integrate. So we think maybe we can also do it like a try run in the France because it's nearby our country, right? So that's thing, maybe we buy partially, but we also say that we know it might be not like seems like not a good deal. So we will sign a contract and we will, because we already a joint venture before. So I think we build a trust among these 30 years. So we can see that we can buy and then we can provide a deal, but we still need to negotiate. So that's how we make the implementation plan. Yeah. So
It'll be challenged because headquarters for DRT is in France. And if we take over France, we're cutting the head off of the company.
yes, it could be.
Yeah.
But we will try.
So actually, we also taken a look at that. So we have drawn a mini map here, as you can see, because we see that India and China are too far away from Switzerland. So it's not very ideal during COVID time because of travel is banned. So that we just see that France or USA are a very ideal place to buy. However, because we don't have the information that the headquarters is in France. Okay, so that's why we see that this is the best optimal option. However, we can still confident to switch to USA just in case the company find that this is a more optimal option.
Okay, so thank you. I didn't understand. Can you give me a little more context about why you're suggesting that someone from the DRT side should end up on the board? As I understand it, from reading the case and the transaction, right? This is an outright purchase. This is not a merger. This is an outright purchase of DRT by the buyer. So why would it make sense for the buyer to offer a board seat to a DRT representative?
I think this is part of the negotiation because, as Patrick said, the original deal was to M&A completely. But right now, because of COVID, we're doing it in phases. So we're saying we don't want them to lose trust in us by kind of going back on the deal. So what we want to do is include them in the actual, not family, but family company in that way. So that was our original strategy, to make it so that we're not going back on our deal completely, but we're offering them in exchange, some say in the company board instead of doing the M&A completely.
Oh, so sort of as a sweetener to agree to a partial sale?
Yeah, to a partial sale. So it's like our negotiation strategy, since we're not going ahead with the original deal completely anymore, or at this point in time, I should say, because of COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you go to your 6th slide? This one right here.
1, 2, 3.
This one right here.
This one. Oh, okay.
That one. Oh, back. Yep. So my question is, I was waiting to see, you really talked about the deal and restructuring the deal and timing and things like that, which is really dealing with moving into the longer term. I'm not sure I saw much on the short term. We're in crisis. Markets are shifting. Consumer tastes are shifting and buying habits. What did you discuss, or did you discuss much on the operational side of the short term during crisis?
So we will establish immediately, actually, a committee. So this has something more to do with the governance of the company. So let me switch to...
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Yeah, this one?
Governance isn't a problem.
Okay.
This is the marketplace, the industry. That's my question.
Oh,
Not
okay, on
not
the
governance.
business
Not
side.
governance.
Okay, so I think that when we discuss, it's more, we know the demand is decline dramatically, but actually it's like people just afraid where we see that the everything getting to normal, people used to the mass lifestyle and the demand goes up. But the question is, does our supply chain sustain? So that's why we choose to acquisition French first, because we want to do the vertical integration and doing a like a try run, like to see vertical integrate, is it okay, and then should we do some improvement afterwards, we make a whole acquisition. So that's
Okay, that's fine.
yeah. Okay. That's right.
So my question is about the solution for the family issue, the slide after impacts. Yeah, this one. So so you have 40 family owners. They are represented in the board with 4 family members. That's where the decisions are being made, and you propose a communication plan for this family, for the original family I'm talking about now. So what other conversations could be held in this communication plan? Because I think in times of COVID and change, you could do, you know, what conversations do you think will take place in that within the family owners group?
Within the family, or
Owners
just to
group.
clarify, between
The,
Fermanagh
no,
and
the original family.
the original family.
Okay. Actually, we know we do the overview of your company, so we know your families really care about ESG, which also is this company can be sustained. So during that time, I think every family member is aim to find a way to survive. So we don't know that actually COVID was something will happen. They don't. Everyone don't know. So we try to make a strategy, and we know that every family member that they don't have that much conflict as long as it can let the company sustain. So that's why we set out the first step is to clarify why we need to do this.
So it's
Why
information.
information, but it's just a step, and we will provide a comprehensive information for them and let them understand our situation.
So only on DRT, or are there any other topics?
I believe everything that we will discuss clearly with family members, right, Patrick? Yes, right. So I think it's just because today we are going to do the MMA with DRT, so we put it much higher.
I have a question for Lily.
Oh my God.
Lily,
Lily is me.
you're our financial expert, correct?
Lily.
Oh, you're Lily. Sorry. I thought, anyway, how do you finance? You didn't talk about financing the partial acquisition.
This part?
Yeah, where's the money come from? What's the deal? Where's the money?
The deal, actually, in your background, you mentioned that we have the capital fund within the company internal. So we see that even more than 30% that you already have. So we want to secure some cash flow. So we suggest 30%. Yes, so.
And we don't have any more time. Darn it. I love playing Patrick.
Thank you. This now concludes the 12th annual Schlesinger Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. Congratulations to all competitors. We now ask that all competitors, coaches, and observers please leave the room.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tell them